Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second season of CCT. We're already quite a few days into the group stages, into the new and exciting group stage format. But having battled it out, we're now at an interesting stage because we're going to have two deciding, or rather decisive matches where two teams will progress into those playoffs, and meanwhile, two teams will be going home. Let's actually take a look at today's matches and see which teams, or rather, let's take a look at the format before. Of course, you do have the it's not I wouldn't say it's exactly a round robin group stage. It is a bit of a Swiss format, I believe, where you have 8 teams who have battled it out against each other. But of course, for those playoffs, you do have direct invites, and you do have several of these same teams. I believe 4 teams advancing from the group stages forward into the playoffs, followed by a best of 5 final. Let's take a look at today's matchups. Let's see, or rather the prize pool. Let's see what these teams are going to be playing with over here. Of course, the prize pool has been slightly reduced, but it's still a whopping $40,000 at stake. First place takes home $25,000. Second place takes home $8,000. Third and fourth place, of course, do also go home with something, $5,000 and $2,000 each. So it's still, at the end of the day, a nicely packed prize pool, which goes a long way into supporting the tier 2 and tier 3 scene, so that these teams, much like some of the others throughout that we've seen from the first season of CCT, they get to come here, they get to play for these prize pools, and then they get to proceed towards those bigger stages. Of course, let's take a look at the schedule for today, seeing which teams are going to be competing against each other. The first best of 3 is going to be between Nemiga and Passion UA, followed up with Espoiled and Runa team. Now, there is quite a bit of lore that goes behind Nemiga and Passion UA. I would like to point out that Passion UA have never failed to qualify for the playoffs in CCT history. They've played 6 series of CCT in the first season, and they always came through to the playoffs. They've even reached the grand finals back in series number 5. Meanwhile, Nemiga Gaming, they haven't played as many series as Passion UA have, but they have been the ones that eliminated Passion UA from the TI Open qualifiers just recently. So this is going to be an interesting revenge match. Can Passion UA stay in this tournament, or are they going to be eliminated for the first time by their very own nemesis who took them out of TI? So this is going to be a very interesting match. Of course, we'll follow that up with Espoiled and Runa team. Espoiled is an up-and-coming team. Of course, both Runa and Espoiled haven't exactly made it to any of the big stages, but that's what this platform is all about. But let's actually take a look at the rosters for both Nemiga and Passion UA, see what these players are, what these rosters are going to be hosting. And we can already see a few familiar faces. Young G and XS Vampire. I believe XS Vampire on that position 4 role has been on Dragon Esports Club, who were the winners of a series in CCT, right? So SS Vampire is actually a CCT champion. You have Bashka on that position 1, and we have seen Nemiga play around their position 1. It's always Bashka who plays those late game carries, and the whole lineup is centered around Bashka farming up and coming online. Meanwhile, Young G on the position 2, you have Rince on the position 3, and then you have Monodrama on that hard support position. So very star-studded lineup, and one would say that this lineup is in fact stronger than Passion UA because of their history against Passion UA. But at this stage, anything can happen because it is elimination on the line. So let's see. Meanwhile, for Passion UA's lineup, there have been a few changes for Passion UA. You do still have Niche and Bodhi, or at least I thought you had Niche and Bodhi, but now it might be Moonlight and Bodhi. Right, Crystallize, who was a former player of Monty, and before that he had his longest run with Navi. I believe he was with Navi for over 3 years, but now he's with Passion UA. Meanwhile, you do have Cracker, who was picked up by Passion UA towards a later series of CCT. I believe he came on board between Series 7 and Series 8, and then you have Cubify, who's again a new pickup. So we won't have Fernandes or Flacco. It is sad to see them go, but this is a new and improved Passion UA lineup. But very interesting storylining. Let's head into the game. Let's see what these teams are looking to pick up for themselves and what kind of strategy they're going to be bringing in towards the game itself. Of course, what I'm interested in seeing the clash between Crystallize and Bashka. I wonder, because both of them love to play in a similar way. They love to play those hard carries that come online a bit later. Of course, Passion UA love to go for that Ursa. So it's not exactly a 1-to-1 comparison. It's more like a 1-to-1.5 comparison, really. But similar strategies. They enable their carries in similar ways. The support picks they like to go for, the way that they like to play the mid game. It's all very similar. Of course, we should be heading into the draft in about a moment now. There we go. Passion UA versus Nemiga in a best of 3. And really, honestly, even though Nemiga beat Passion UA in the TI Open qualifiers, I can't exactly say for sure that Passion UA are out. I mean, once again, guys, they have always secured their playoff run. This will be the first time to get eliminated before the second stage of a CCT series for Passion UA should they lose here, which is why I'm thinking they might be bringing something up. They might have a few tricks up their sleeve for this one, as they're going to go for a Shadow Shaman first pick. An interesting one to be had there. Meanwhile, Nemiga banning out that Doom. The Doombringer is one of Passion UA's favorite heroes. Even in the group stages, you had the Doom picked up. I believe in their first series, they picked up the Doom twice in their best of 3. A Templar Assassin ban, not really surprising there. Meanwhile, Death Prophet, Bristleback, all very standard bans. You do have the Terrorblade ban down now. The Terrorblade is Nemiga's favorite heroes. Take a look at their group stage matches for Nemiga. You have the Terrorblade being picked up for Bashka nearly every single time. So Passion UA have clearly done their research, but Nemiga are going to bring out their second most played hero as far as the carry goes in CCT, and that is going to be the Swen for their side. But Passion UA have the ability to actually pick up the Brewmaster if they want to go for that. You know, just a hero that's very in the meta right now, and not to mention you can just throw the Swen up in the air, deal with the rest of the team's heroes, and then take the game, or rather take the team fight from there. But you still do have the Shadow Shaman, so you have a lot of lockdown, you have a lot of control. The Hex and the Shackles will be helping you out quite a bit, but you need your own source of physical damage, particularly some source that can actually melt through Swen's armor, or particularly the armor buff that he gives not only himself but the rest of his allies, right? So you either need a purge or you need some armor reduction debuffs on your side, something like perhaps a Slardar for Passion UA, but you need more control as well. Can never go wrong with control against high physical DPS heroes like the Swen. You already have the Templar Assassin ban, so that's not going to be an avenue that Passion UA can approach the Swen with. Let's see, Nemiga, second pick. Passion UA banning out that Undying and Jakiro. Surprising they banned out the Jakiro though. It's one of Passion UA's favorite heroes to play. But for Nemiga, what are they going to be going for? They do see the Shaman. And with the Swen, I mean, the Oracle wouldn't be bad here either, to be honest. But more so for Passion UA, just the disarm on that Swen. Of course, you don't want to be juggling too many heroes into the pre-BKB Swen, or rather to shut down the pre-BKB Swen, because once that BKB comes online, then you run out of your options there. But for Nemiga, I think the next few picks are going to be supports. Yeah, they're going to go for a Silencer. It's good against the Shaman because you can break that shackle. Obviously, you won't want to use the global silence against just to break the shackles off, but it's very nice, particularly when you pop your God Strength and you go in, then the global silence can do quite a bit, because you're essentially forced to take hits from the Swen, essentially forced to, take in 400 or 500 damage cleaves, and that's not going to be a position that's going to be ideal for you. So how is Passion UA going to respond? Are they going to be going for something like a Pangolier? A hero that can get into those backlines, right? Just take the silencer out, and a natural diffusal blade builder as well should be able to make quick work of the silencer, and then go and just do his thing over there. But they're actually going to go for a Tusk. An interesting pick, a very aggressive support duo coming out from Passion UA. Both their position 5 and their position 4 are incredibly aggressive, and this Tuskar needs to be paired up with a high tempo hero for their off lane, but they're actually going to be going for a Klinx. Unsure if this is going to be a carry Klinx or a mid Klinx, but it's a hero that's particularly squishy. Now, one of the benefits of the Klinx is that you can get into those backlines. It's a bit unorthodox to approach it through invisibility, but it still works, right? And as long as you're able to take out that silencer, you can then win that team fight. But Nemiga are responding to this. They have picked themselves up a Mars and a Wind Ranger, a lot of control, a lot of disables and stuns coming out from their side. So if this Klinx is caught in an awkward position, he is surely going to die. There is no way this Klinx survives against the infinite amount of stuns and disables coming out. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very key for this Tuskar to get his snowball off, even if there's an arena that's popped out, right? And that essentially requires a blink dagger for you to be going into the arena to snowball and try to save someone caught out in that spear inside of that arena, which is most likely, I mean, let's be real here, guys. Most likely that target is going to be the Klinx. So Passion UA, squishy heroes, and they have an uphill battle. Their win condition for some of these team fights is pretty difficult, but it turns out they're not going to position this Klinx in a way that's going to cost them significantly. It is going to be a lifestealer at the end of the day on that carry position, a hero that does very well against the Swen and against the Mars. Doesn't necessarily care about that silencer either, because you can just pop that rage and then run that silencer down. So a very nice pick coming out from Passion UA. Again, I'm not too sure about the Klinx, in all honesty. It does seem like it's heavily countered by this Mars coming out. Even your ranged attacks won't be dealing that much damage, but this Lifestealer is really good. This Lifestealer might be the key for Passion UA to take Nemiga's heroes down. Can just pop the rage and just walk yourself out of that arena as well, right? It's a really good pick, and so far for both Nemiga and Passion UA, I believe for Nemiga you need your mid laner, and for Passion UA you're looking for your off laner. I really do not want this Klinx to be going on that off lane. I do not think that is going to be a good idea, but it is their strategy at the end of the day. Let's see what they're going to be. Of course, we're still on those bans there. Storm Spirit and Queen of Pain being banned out on that mid lane, and Nemiga predictably going to ban out that Panda. Don't want that on their faced up against on their safe lane. What are the mid lane options for Nemiga? Now, you do still have the Pangolier, and the Mars Arena coupled up with the Rolling Thunder is a nasty combination. But perhaps Passion UA will see through this. Perhaps they'll just ban that Pangolier out. So far, though, Nemiga banning out that Slardar as expected. The armor reduction debuff, you don't want that against your Swen. But so far, for Passion UA, I mean, a mid lane versus an off lane is very difficult. You have the Doom banned out too. They're going to ban out the Tiny, so perhaps Nemiga will just straight up pick up the Pangolier for themselves, or perhaps go for a Spirit pickup. You can't pick yourself up that Storm, but you still do have that Ember Spirit. You do have the Void Spirit as well. Of course, you need to be careful because you're faced up against a Hex and a Shackle, so you need to make sure that you can stay alive. So that's why I was recommending the Spirits plus or the Pangolier has the ability, has hyper mobility built in, right? Not to mention you can't exactly shackle or hex up the Pangolier in that Rolling Thunder. But for Passion UA, it is their pick. Let's see. A Batrider. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is something that I did not expect, right? Because I thought normally Batrider is now being played up on that mid lane. But is this going to be an off lane Klinks? And is this going to be a mid lane Batrider? It is... I'm not entirely sure about this because it's very squishy. Right, that is the big problem that I'm having with Passion UA's lineup. Even if you send this Batrider on that mid lane and it ends up working out, which to be fair, it should, because Batrider is an extremely strong laner. But Nemiga, you know, Global Silence, the Shackle to throw down, the Arena for that counter initiation, not to mention the God Strength that should pop this Batrider in just a few hits. For Nemiga, they should be feeling pretty comfortable right now, but for Passion UA, I hope they have a clear strategy. And I mean, their strategy is clear to pretty much all of us. I hope they can execute it. A Dragon Knight being picked up for Nemiga, they decided not to go for that Pangolier, instead going in for that Dragon Knight. And the Dragon Knight is going to struggle against the Batrider, right? But very different win conditions for both of these teams, right? For Passion UA, you're looking at a very squishy lineup with Crystallize at the helm playing that Lifestealer. So in all honesty, because you have those highly aggressive support duos as well and the Batrider on that mid lane, first and foremost, you need your mid lane to be successful, and you need your rotations to be on point from that Tusk and from the Shadow Shaman to make sure that your Lifestealer can continue farming up, because if your Lifestealer doesn't farm, then you're simply not going to have the physical damage to carry this game after the mid game. After 25-minute mark or a 30-minute mark, you're going to really struggle if you have a Lifestealer that's under farmed. And essentially, there's a lot of pressure on this Batrider, right? Because one, you have to win the lane against the Dragon Knight, and then second, you have to get those lassos off. You have to create successful pickoffs against Nemiga if you want to be going forward into the mid game. Meanwhile, for Nemiga, it's a lot of pressure that's being taken away, right? Because of the squishy lineup that they're faced up against. They have high tanky heroes on their own side in the form of the Swen, in the form of the Dragon Knight, two heroes that can just naturally farm. I know the Dragon Knight doesn't farm that fast anymore, right? But the Swen does. The Great Cleave, you do have the Dragon Knight as well. And for Nemiga, I would say that they're feeling pretty comfortable. I mean, their win condition is pretty much very straightforward, right? Bashka is going to farm, Youngji is going to farm, the Mars is going to farm, and once you get your daggers online, once you get those few items up and running, after the 10 to 15 minute mark, they're going to have that 10-minute window where if they're not completely run down by Passion UA, they should be ahead in terms of resources in that mid game. Let's see though. Is Passion UA going to go for an early smoke? But so will Nemiga. But I don't think Nemiga can fight at level 1. I will say this. You cannot match up against the Batrider's napalm stacks this early on. And I'm going to actually take a look at the facets. I want to see if there's any interesting facets to come out from either of these sides. But so far, everything does seem pretty straightforward. You do have the Corrosive Dragon, probably because this Dragon Knight wants to be going for a Mage Slayer, decrease the amount of magical damage coming out from Passion UA, particularly from that Batrider. So it's not going to be as effective. Of course, it's still quite good. But this is a bit of a change up because I did not expect this. It's not going to be a mid Batrider. It's going to be Moonlight on that Klinks faced up against the Dragon Knight. And meanwhile, you have Batchik over on that bot lane who's going to be playing as an off-lane Batrider. Now, the thing is, this is double-edged because This means that Batchik will still be having a good lane against that Swen and Silencer, but he was expected to have a great lane against the Dragon Knight in the first place, and we're really going to have to see what Moonlight can do against Young G. But bot lane, you know, this Silencer needs to be super careful, because one snowball or even one nicely placed shard and a Batrider coming in with that Firefly will mean the death of Monodrama. So does need to maintain his position in a way that he doesn't get stuck. Needs to keep Bashka on that front line and play behind the Swen in order to have a great lane. And for Passion UA, I mean, they are itching for the Silencer to just come out slightly off position because they want kills. Not only the fact that they want kills, they need kills in this laning phase. Otherwise, it's not going to be all that successful. Bashka did get stuck in those shards, but is going to be safe. Meanwhile, mid lane, a bit of an interesting lane. Dragon Knight versus the Klings. Dragon Knight, Young G is already so far ahead with 11 CS to his name. Moonlight not really having the great lane that he would want from this, because he is now going for that farming Klinks, right? You essentially have two carries in this game. One, the Klinks, the second, the Lifestealer. So Passion UA are banking on the fact that they can create enough physical damage from their Klinks and from their Lifestealer that they can essentially course through the armor of that Swen and the Dragon's armor too. Let's see if it works out. I mean, it's a brave play, I will say that. It's a very ambitious play. Top lane, Cracker, Excess Vampire. This is the lane that's probably going to be the most static or the most stable, I would say. There shouldn't be too many kills to be found unless Cracker, again, like the Silencer, same requirement, needs to maintain his position. Otherwise, he could find himself in a very difficult spot being skewered down to those trees. And Crystallize is just going to farm. For both of these, now I do think that for Passion UA, their safe lane carry is going to have the best time, right? Because Swen can get zoned out by the Batrider, but there's no way that Crystallize gets zoned out by either the Mars or the Wind Ranger. It's just not going to happen, and this top side will be pretty static. I wonder. I do expect the first blood to come out from that bot lane if everything goes okay. And for the mid lane, as long as Young G is able to stack up levels, you know, he's going to be fine. His regen does outscale Klinks' damage output early on in the game until Klinks gets his first few items. Of course, this is something that Nemiga wasn't expecting. Oh, bot lane. It looks like initiation on towards the Swen. The Firefly dealing so much damage. Can he make it out of this one? The Batrider is also taking quite a few hits, but Batchuk will claim first blood. The carry for Nemigo to fall. And Passion UA off to the start that they really wanted, that they were really hoping for. And this works in their favor. Of course, they wanted the Silencer, but they actually managed to snag the big prize. They managed to take the carry down. And Batchuk now needs to be careful. Is he going to end up falling over here? He actually will. Batchuk was slightly off position, and Cubify has used both his Snowball and Shards, but is going to be safe. Does have a lot of HP on that Tusk. 1-1 right now. Of course, predictably, it's the bot lane that has a lot of engagements, a lot of chaos. And again, towards that bot lane, it seems like they want to be initiating again, but this time around, Nemiga's going to turn it around onto Cubify, the Tusk to fall, and perhaps Batchuk was a bit overzealous with that initiation. Wasn't prepared at all for the reverse damage output to come out from Nemiga, and that's going to cost them significantly. Top side, you know, all of this works in favor of one Crystallize, and now the Swen, who unfortunately is struggling quite a bit in terms of lost hits, right? So Oh, holding that thought mid lane. Cubify's actually found himself towards that mid side as Young G seems to have too much HP, and with the TPs coming in, it doesn't seem like Passion UA are going to be able to find that kill. This is a very difficult kill to be found. Young G simply has too much HP. He's sitting at about 1400 max HP. Of course, he has around 900 right now, but still, it's too much. Crystallize forced to pop his rage and escape. 2-on-1. Both teams playing very aggressive, and this is Passion UA are recognizing their win conditions very well right now. They're going to go for a wraparound initiation towards that backside of that top lane. Can they find the Mars over here? A shackle to be found on towards the Mars. Moonlight is there, and is there going to be enough damage? Cubify slowly coming in, does find that snowball. Ring 2 is hexed up as well, and a few lost hits to finish the Mars off. Moonlight will find that kill and teleport himself back to the mid lane. Very nice pick off found by Passion UA. And we are approaching the 7-minute mark as Cubify attempts to make his way towards that Shrine of Wisdom, but Nemiga are prepared for this. They're not going to be giving up their shrine, and it looks like 1-to-1 Wisdom Runes will be the play. But Excess Vampire may actually find himself a kill over here if he's able to get off his power shot. Cracker does find that Hex and the Snowball to reverse initiate on towards Excess Vampire. Cubify though will inevitably fall to the spear, but I think that's going to be the end of those initiations. With the Silencer coming in, they're going to turn it on towards Crystallize. He doesn't have the rage. Passion UA is going to lose their carry, and Rince is going to find a double kill for himself. Nemiga, I mean, keep in mind, guys, it's Passion UA who are making all the moves, but it seems like Nemiga are holding all the cards because all they're doing is responding to the aggression coming out from Passion UA, and they're managing to make it work. It seems like Passion UA are overextending themselves just a bit, or rather, a whole lot, I would say. You don't want to be losing your carry who was doing so well. And look at this. Now, the Lifestealer, despite of the fact that he had the highest amount of lost hits in the game, because of all of this, he's now dropped down to nearly evening out with the Swen. He was supposed to be the highest valued hero in terms of net worth, but now he's dropped down significantly. And now towards the mid lane, Batchick has that lasso. Young G in a lot of trouble, will eat a snowball and will fall. Of course, they were able to take the tower down, so that is a win for Nemiga too. It's not a complete loss, but losing your mid laner and a good reveal of the lasso, Passion UA need to make more of this happen, but it seems like Nemiga are the ones who are holding the tempo. The arena to come out, but Crystallize again, just rage and walk out of the arena. It's very difficult to get that Lifestealer down unless you're able to chain up your stuns in an effective way. But bot lane, Swen, that's not the place you want to be. That is definitely not the place where you want to be. 9 minutes in, I believe Swen has died. Bashka's died twice now. A bit far away from his Mask of Madness as well. Crystallize needs to be, or is it actually Excess Vampire who needs to be careful? One more swipe will end up. Those were two very unconventional or very surprising deaths to be found. Topside, a snowball on towards the Mars. They want to punish them, and Mars has been doing quite well in this game. This would be a big kill if Passion UA are able to find it. Unfortunately, don't have the lockdown follow-up. They didn't have the Shaman or the Batrider, and that means it's going to be the death, or rather, the life, the survival of the Mars. Excess Vampire. The Dragon Knight is approaching from the river as well. Young G popping his dragon form, making his way on towards Cracker. Does have the Dragon Tail up as well, and it is going to be the death of the Shadow Shaman in just a hit or two. But I don't actually fully understand that voice line, because he says that to heroes that are obviously not dragons. I mean, Shaman is not a dragon. But Taking a look at some of these items, that is going to be the next power spike. Dragon Knight, very predictably going to go for, I believe, that Maze Slayer. Meanwhile, Swen, having completed his Mask of Madness, let's see. Mars is pretty close to his Blink Dagger, around 700 gold away from it. So for an offlaner, a 13 to 14 minute timing on that Blink Dagger, especially considering the fact that you did go for the Phase Boots and the Soul Ring, right? It's a very good timing on that Blink. But Cracker does have the ultimate. You do have the big old Serpent Ward, and they're going to drop it down towards that mid lane, hoping to take their second tower. Can Nemiga defend this? It's going to be very difficult. They need to bring in multiple heroes for this, and the TPs are coming in. Windranger hexed up towards the side there. The Serpent Ward will definitely take that tower out, but Nemiga are hoping to punish Passion UA for this. Two heroes stuck inside of that arena. Rinse is falling incredibly low. The global silence to buy some amount of time, but it's not going to be enough. Batchick on a killing spree, Batchick on a dominating spree, and perhaps the death of the Dragon Knight will propel Batchick on a triple kill. As Dragon Knight, Youngji, nowhere to go, no hope. He's made his way all towards the triangle, and there it is, Patrick, inevitably with that triple kill. Oh man, Bat Strider coming in from that side there was so clutch. I mean, you had the arena which got out both the Tuskar and the Shadow Shaman, but now... But Batchick coming in from the side, it completely caught Nemiga off guard. The amount of damage coming in from that Firefly, from the Napalm stacks, was just simply too much. Moonlight making his way. I think that's the Desolator coming in on that courier. No, he's still one Mithril Hammer away from the Desolator. So once he gets that, that is going to add to that armor reduction debuff that Passion UA were hoping for. They weren't able to get that Slardar. They banned out the Templar Assassin themselves, but the Desolator will go a long way into breaking through that Warcry. As Passion UA is smoked and ready to go, but they're not going to be able to find anything. Of course, the Shaman does have the Mass Serpent Wards again, so Cracker can just drop the Serpents towards that bot lane tower, and it's going to be, very difficult to defend against some of these Serpent initiations. Young G popping his dragon form. Are they really going to be defending this after the fact? Their tower's already gone. And it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do much about this. A 3,000 net worth lead building up for Passion UA, and this is troublesome because Batchick is having an incredible time, and Batchick, unfortunately, is not going to have a good time inside of that arena. Will end up giving away a mega kill streak to Young G. He's still at the top of that net worth, by the way, sitting at about 8,000. But Passion UA, but that was clearly not the place for Passion UA to be at after they took the tower. Batchick should have gone. That was a bit overzealous or over ambitious from his side. Excess Vampire might end up falling. There is the snowball coming in and a shard to clean the Windranger up. 7 and 10 as Passion UA are doing a much better job at grouping up and recognizing their objectives, recognizing the easy weak links as far as hero goes, as far as HP pool goes. Taking out the Silencer and Windranger is considerably easy if they're caught out of position. We have yet to see the reveal of this Blink Dagger and what it can do. And they need to go. I mean, the Bashka has been farming for quite a bit of time. He has the Echo Saber up, so he does have the 2 instant hits from that God Strength, and coupled up with the Global Silence, coupled up with a quick initiation from the Mars, they might have enough firepower to take a team fight, and they really need to fight because they need to dissipate some of that pressure. Their towers are falling, and every time Cracker gets his Serpent Wards up, they seem to be able to go for it. Meanwhile, bot side, they are going to be able to find a Cracker who used the Serpent Wards. Perhaps a bit of a desperation play, or perhaps he thought there was some room for counter initiation, but there was no support to be found. Meanwhile, mid lane, Rescue, there's the reveal of that blink. And it's going to mean the death of the second support from Passion UA. So far, Nemiga are finding these kills, but they're just supports. And Mars just expended the arena for that support kill. So that means Passion UA, once they respawn, they're free to move in on towards Nemiga. They're free to actually take a few kills of their own. 16 minutes in. Moonlight, he's completed his Desolator. Meanwhile, the Lifestealer is on his way towards that Radiance, does have the Relic up, but Passion UA are making their way towards that jungle, but Klinks, he didn't see that Sentry, and he's gonna get caught out over here. The Global Silence for good measure, and Moonlight surely is going to take a bow, going to go back to the fountain, and all of this aggression that Passion UA were hoping to generate in that jungle is going to vanish, as Bashka is here to play. Are they going to push further for any kind of objective? Swen? Okay, he's going to go back to farming up. They have queued up a lot of blink daggers though over on Nemiga's side. So a blink dagger on the Dragon Knight, a blink dagger on the Mars, and they're also prepping a blink dagger on the Swen. So they're going for a very flashy initiation, and through the God Strength, that initial 1 to 2 seconds of damage output coming out from Nemiga, that's what they're hoping to. That's what they're hoping is going to be the difference maker. They're saying that because they can blink in 3 heroes at the same time, they should be able to take out the Batrider or the Klinks or the Shaman in one swift, one swift initiation. But one thing that they're not accounting for, or perhaps one thing that can come back to bite them, is the Tuskar Snowball. As Passion UA are going to be making their way towards that Roche pit. Of course, Nemiga do realize this, as they are going to throw down a power shot. Roshan is incredibly low. Are Nemiga going to be able to make it through the pit in time? Going in, Moonlight has claimed the Aegis, a God Strength to pop as well, but a skewer onto the burst of Batrider before he could find the initiation. He's going to end up falling. 2 heroes stuck inside of the pit over there. The Swen to hold his ground, but he's shackled down. Bash gonna fall. Both teams have lost 1 hero each, with the Aegis is firmly in the hands of the Klinks, but the Dragon Knight, he wants to go back in. He wants to punish Moonlight for taking that Aegis. The first life to fall, Crystallize. Does he want to be going back in? Rinskew falling incredibly low. The Global Silence just starting to come out. The Silencer, he stuck himself to safety. Meanwhile, Moonlight, through the guise of that invisibility, will be able to make it out. But it's Crystallize who's in a bit of trouble, stuck inside of that Roche pit. Will Nemiga see him? But in fact, I think both teams are going to call it quits, having suffered through a lot of losses in this team fight. I will say, for the team that picked up the Aegis, it wasn't as clean as Passion UA were, made it look. Batrider, this time around, Patrick was stuck. And Nemiga did have the upper hand in that team fight through that initiation. And I believe that was pretty much even exchange for both of those sides. I mean, in the end, you did end up losing the Aegis. I will say that Nemiga, should they have gotten the Aegis, perhaps they could have focused on more objectives, but stopping Passion UA from that easy Aegis was crucial. Because Passion UA were hoping to pick up that Aegis and then go towards objectives. Imagine a Mass Serpent Ward, the big Serpent Ward, with Moonlight on that Aegis and Desolator. Your objectives, your tier 2 towers would have fallen in that 5-minute interval. 20 minutes in, Tormentor up, and Passion UA going to claim the shard for their Tusk. It is going to be the new and improved Ice Shards. 21 minute, I believe. Oh wow, Passion UA are actually making a play towards the topside Wisdom Shrine. And Silencer, he might end up falling if he chooses to go for the Shrine of Wisdom. Of course, the Moonlight did reveal himself to the creeps over there, so Nemiga surely know that this is happening. Will the Silencer make his way up there? A Hex on towards him, but an initiation from the Mars. Of course, the Shrine of Wisdom was collected by Crystallize over on the other side, but Excess Vampire did manage to secure the Shrine of Wisdom for his own team. So overall, 1-1. The arena, a bit of an overkill, I will say. Rinsky does seem to be pretty trigger happy with that arena, more than I would like to see. And an easy tier 1 tower to be found at the back of that kill. But they're actually going to go towards that bot lane. There is no arena. So it's going to be interesting to see how they can possibly chainlock Crystallize. This Lifestealer surely should be able to survive the incoming pick-off. They do also have an Observer Ward towards that side lane. So Crystallize literally sees the Mars there. Anyway, mid lane, they've actually found the Swen, the carry from Nemiga to fall here. Bashka, nothing that he can do, nothing that his team can do. As Passion UA, I mean, this is the difference between the initiation ability from both of these teams. The Batrider Lasso, it comes in so quick that it's very difficult to respond to. Meanwhile, for Nemiga, their way of initiation is through their Mars, through using the arena, using the spears. There's so much commitment to initiate on any of these heroes from Passion UA. We've seen it time and time again. Rinsky has been forced to use his arena to get these support kills, and at the end of the day, you want your ultimates to be expended on some cores. Passion UA, it seems that they're going to initiate on towards Rinsky. I'm not sure if this is the right move, as Cubify is going to end up losing his life, but I do believe Passion UA accounted for this. They are happy, more than happy, to give the life of their support away if it means being able to take down that tier 2 tower. As Passion UA cementing their lead in the mid game right now. 5,000 net worth lead is going to go a long way. They do have, at the end of the day, when we talk about physical damage between both of these teams, right? Dragon Knight plus the Swen versus the Lifestealer and the Clinks. At the end of the day, in a late game scenario, Passion UA have similar amounts of physical damage. And another lasso, this time on Rinsky, it's just impossible to stop or make any kind of counterplay against the lasso at this stage of the game, unless you're already grouped up, unless you're already prepared and you see the lasso incoming, which Nemiga quite clearly do not. Crystallize, or rather Bashka actually, is going to pop his war cry and run himself back. He does clear these creeps quite quickly, but Moonlight's already spotted him out, and Bashka, yeah, he's stuck over here. He's being collapsed upon by so many of these heroes. The open wound to slow him down, the global silence isn't going to be enough. The BKB being popped as well, but Crystallize will end up finding that kill. But a shackle from the Wind Ranger, the arena from the Mars is going to mean that Passion UA, they might have overextended, and they're going to lose two of their cores, going to lose Moonlight and their Lifestealer, and only going to make it out with their Batrider. I believe the Shadow Shaman is going to fall too. What an overextension on, I believe. What a counter initiation this time around from Nemiga. Rinsky really coming to play with his arenas. Oh man. This time around, it was a very costly initiation, and I believe that the contrast to Passion UA's initiations is when they use their lasso, they find an easy and quick kill, regardless of who it's on. When they don't initiate with the lasso, it ends up going horribly. And granted, this was near the tier 3s. Your teleports came in Nemiga was prepared for that. Swen stayed alive a lot longer than Passion UA were expecting. 19 and 15 right now. "26-minute power rune." Not all that significant, but oh, Excess Vampire might find the Shackle, but Cracker was a bit too quick. Or rather, Wind Ranger was skeptical of that Shackle latching on, so decided not to go for it. Nemiga though, they're going to go into the triangle. They're going to see the Firefly, so they know that Batchuk is around. They know that he's close. Will Excess Vampire double down on this? Will he activate the Wind Run and try and chase? There it is. The power shot not really finding anyone either. As Moonlight's going to be able to walk away. There is no gem on deck, I believe. Oh, Moonlight activate. He broke his invisibility. Is the Dragon Knight going to go in on him? Young G, he does have that invisibility rune, but he doesn't exactly have any follow-up here should he use the Dragon Tail on Moonlight, so he's just going to back away. Oh, Rinseq tried to go in on towards Batchuk, wasn't able to find the spear, but he has popped the arena, keeping the Batrider in place. Batchuk forced to use the BKB and is going to be TPing out, but that was a 9-second BKB that's going to be down for quite a few seconds, for about a minute and a half, and that gives Nemiga the room to play around some of these objectives. Perhaps you can even go Roshan, use the God Strength, but Passion UA, it seems like they want to fight without the BKB being available from the Batrider. But Passion UA are cognizant of their objectives. Throughout this game, we've seen them, even the initiations, even the pickoffs that they have gone for have been objective based. But now, Nemiga going to be in danger. They're going to walk up. Their smoke is going to be broken as Bashka is struggling to retreat over here. With Passion UA, they're going for the chase. The Shackle to latch on towards the Lifestealer. It will stun him up once his rage expires, and Nemiga is going to be able to make it out of here. Again, every single time that Nemiga are able to take a successful team fight, Passion UA, the way that they play, they farm up better as well. So their lead just starts to amplify every time the state of the game becomes static. So Nemiga needs to constantly keep the pressure up. The Masked Serpent wards, or rather Masked Serpent ward, has been placed and is going to expire, actually. And once the Serpent Ward expires, there's about 300 damage that's not going to be going for Passion UA. So perhaps that might be the time where Nemiga choose to go back in. They do have the arena. The Global Silence won't be available for this team fight. It's still a minute away. Batchuk is actually going to go forward, finding the lasso. The BKB from Rinseq won't be helping him as Passion UA through that kill. Perhaps they can secure the Roshan. A buyback coming in from the Mars, but the cleave from Bashka is going to clean Passion UA zeros up. Not even the Lifestealer was able to survive from that. Moonlight and Lifestealer now down as Passion UA, they can't do anything over here. They're going to lose 3, and whoever stays over here is going to be asking for his death. Cubified at be taken down by Roshan, and the Aegis to be picked up. That was a whole lot of damage that I was not expecting. Oh, a full team wipe. Oh man, I was not expecting that play to come out from the Swen. And the thing is, Passion UA felt too comfortable, I would say, in that Roche pit. Once they took the Mars down, they were thinking, hey, there's no way that they can initiate now. But Nemiga had, had to prove a point there. Bashka was and this was without the Daedalus, by the way. He just has the Chrysalis, and it took what, 3-4 hits to clean the Swen, or rather clean the Lifestealer and the Clinks up. Rinseki to fall or towards that top side, but I mean, it's okay. They've Nemiga have managed to bring this game back. Mid lane. A 2,000 net worth lead. Now, Passion UA need to go back to their roots. Need to understand that they should be playing around Bachuk. Each and every single time that Bachuk has found a lasso has translated into a kill, and they need to make more of that happen. They need to stop trying to take team fights and start trying to get more and more pickoffs. A 3,000 net worth lead. Again, it starts to stack up every time the game goes static, but for Passion UA, I mean, their sole requirement is to go in through that lasso. There is no other way that I see them being able to take a team fight. Hmm. 32 minutes in, I mean, Nemiga aren't exactly making much use of the Aegis timing that they have. They do have the Aegis for about 2 more minutes, but so far, I mean, even a tier 1 tower towards that bot lane is still standing for Passion UA. So Nemiga, I mean, they're getting all these kills, they're winning all these team fights, but they're not translating it into objectives, and this is a bit troublesome. 32 minutes in, not really finding many objectives. Oh, but now Lifestealer going to actually instantly TP away from there, abandoning Cracker. They didn't have the numbers, so I suppose this is the right play for Passion UA. Just exit as soon as you see that initiation. You can't fight against Aegis anyway, so might as well make it out of there. But these commitments from Cracker, these Serpent Ward playstowns, they're just not... It seems more of a desperate attempt to deter Nemiga away more than anything else, but I don't think at this stage of the game the Serpent Ward does that job. Perhaps Cracker should be in those side lanes near those towers to throw down the Serpent Wards for just to maintain that pressure, just to maintain the rat potential for their own side. Excess Vampire, knows that is blinking, but oh, wow, that was that a daedalus hit? That was a daedalus hit. Supports falling like flies across the map. 34 minutes in. Blink in, Dragon Tail on towards Bachuk. Does have the BKB, and because he has so much movement speed, should be able to just walk that one out. But the Aegis is going to expire. And I will say, or rather the Aegis has expired, in fact. Nemiga were not able to take a single objective of 5 entire minutes. Sure, they were able to continue farming up, but it's not as if Swen lacks damage output right now. And with Passion UA doing such a great job at pressurizing this mid lane and pressurizing this bot lane, it's really going to be a struggle for Nemiga to actually make their way towards their high ground. I mean, they have to get through tier 2 towers, and for the bot lane, they have to first take down that tier 1 tower. And this is the reason why Passion UA are able to pressure that bot lane so much. It's because they have a standing tower towards that bot side. the creeps are naturally going to walk past that tower, naturally going to be placed further ahead in that lane. Their heroes can position themselves much further ahead too. And for Nemiga, just taking team fights and brute forcing your way through is not a strategy that's worked out so far. Perhaps they're looking for one swift team fight into a Rax push at the end of the day. But this time around, again, Cracker doing an amazing job at ratting out some of these side lanes. Look at the Mass Serpent Ward. It's going to probably take this tower down. Passion Yue, the first ones to be able to take that bot lane tower. Despite of the fact that they can't win these team fights, they can still take these objectives down much better than Nemiga can. Or rather, I would say much better than Nemiga have been. I would still say that Nemiga can take these towers down. But it requires some solid pick-off, right? Something that Nemiga haven't been able to come across. Now they have tried, they have gone for those smokes, but it hasn't been all that successful. Mid lane, of course, they will find Cracker. They will find themselves a support kill, but it's not enough. They need to make something more happen from this. Now there is a haste rune towards that top side, but it's actually Bashka, the one to be lassoed up from Passion Yue. They're going to be able to find that Swan, and it seems like Nemiga, they want to punish this with Young G blinking forward, but it's just a Tuskar who is going to end up falling to the rebuke. But are Passion Yue going to continue this? I don't see why not. Without the swim there, Crystallize can just continue amping up the pressure on Rinseku, will end up taking him down. The Wind Ranger, Excess Vampire is going to be the next one to fall, as Nemiga are collapsing right now, going to lose perhaps more heroes, but the Ghost Scepter is coming in handy. But with 3 heroes down, what exactly is... There is no buyback on Bashka. The Mars does have the buyback, and I believe so does the Wind Ranger, but without your Swen, how do you defend this? There's a Desolator, the Clinks creeps coming in as well, the Skeletons I mean, and the Serpent Ward, the Mass Serpent Ward is at the ready from Cracker too. Passion Yue might end up running over everything over here in one fell swoop. Nemiga, oh man, this is not good. Bashka really out of position, and it's going to hurt them so much. Can Nemiga defend this without their Swen? He is coming back. He is respawning in about 10 seconds. Young G going to blink forward, but you don't have your Swen and you don't have your Mars and you don't have the BKB. And Bashka is going to recognize it's going to go in for a lasso, will clean Excess Vampire up. Crystallize trying to hunt for the Swen. Young G will find a Dragon Tail, and now Bashka's here to play with an arena towards that back line. He's going to blink forward, going to swipe. Or rather, try to swipe down the back rider, but a snowball coming in to save Batjerk momentarily, and the shackle on towards the shaman there. The Swen can't simply hit anyone, and he's going to end up falling again without buyback. Mega creeps on the horizon too. The Nemiga's heroes forced to just run back towards the fountain. Rinseku to fall, instantly buying back, but this is a sign of the end times here. As Passion Yue, they've gotten more than what they wanted out of this high ground push. This is a bit of a disaster for both of these sides. (27 and 26), but I mean, the reason the scoreline is so even is because up until the last few minutes, everything was going so well. I mean, I wouldn't say so well. That's perhaps that's a bit overzealous of me to say, but everything was going. Things were still happening, you know, things were still moving around, but this is going to be nearly impossible to play against. Mega creeps aren't the biggest problem because at the end of the day, you still have the Swen. The problem is this Batrider who can just lasso and pick up anyone they want, like the Mars and the Wind Ranger. A twofer to be found by Passion Yue, 3 heroes down, buybacks to come out. But is it going to be enough? Rinseku doesn't have the buyback, so you're going to be playing without your arena here. The question is, can Bashka hold this onslaught off? Can the Serpent Ward be taken down? Can Passion UA be taken down? A lot of very difficult questions, and Nemiga are going to be forced to confront Swen. Unfortunately, the global silence was able to buy them some time. Nemiga, they're still not out, but the throne is taking so much damage, and it's going to end up falling. Passion UA take the first game in a very handed fashion, very well executed by Batchik. Those lassos were simply on point, and there was, I mean, Nemiga, sure, they found those team fights, they found the kills there. Bashka coming in with those cleaves time and time again, but that one death towards that top lane without buyback on Bashka, and Passion UA were just able to run to the high ground, use the Serpent Ward, use the Clink Skeletons, and just able to come out with mega creeps. And I will say the MVP personally for me this game is Batchik on that Batrider. Those lassos, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I didn't see a single instance after the mid game where a lasso wasn't able to find a kill, right? Every time the lasso came out, it was a guaranteed kill to be found. And at the end of the day, if you're able to find a kill that consistently on a course, for example, then you are going to have a pretty successful game. So very well played by Passion UA, pretty well played from Nemiga too. I do believe they do have some things that they could work on a bit better, but it's not over for them, right? Both of these teams still have a shot at making it into the playoffs. Passion UA are still a bit closer to it, only need one more game against Nemiga, and Nemiga of course need to win the next one if they want to be staying in the CCT tournament for themselves. But of course, to find out who wins the series, find out if we go to a game 3 or not, we will take a short break, and then we will be back for Passion UA versus Nemiga.
Dire's top tower is under
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the best of three between Passion UA versus Nemiga. Passion UA already proving their point that they are looking for some revenge. Remember, Nemiga were the ones to knock out Passion UA in the TI Eastern European Open qualifiers, and Passion UA, they won their revenge. They were hoping to make it further and perhaps even into the close qualifiers of TI, but were unable to do so. Meanwhile, this was a bit of a surprising win for me. Not because Passion UA are, I would say, a worse team. I don't think they are. I think both of these teams are pretty evenly matched. But because Nemiga, if we take a look at some of the other tournaments that they have played, they made it all the way into that third position in the TI Eastern European close qualifiers, only losing out to Cybergoose, who were the TI Open close qualifiers winners. Right, Cybergoose is going towards TI, and Nemiga had a real shot there. So the recent Nemiga was looking like a very strong competitor in the European Dota circuit, but Passion UA clearly proving to both me, to their fans, to every one of you watching, that you can't discount them. And this is the reason why, when the pressure amps up on Passion UA, remember, Passion UA have never failed to qualify for a CCT playoff. They have played 6 series. They were there from CCT Season 1 Series 3 to Series 8, and each and every single time they made it into the playoffs. Twice they were the group stage leaders of their in their respective group. Once they were the grand finalists, and once they came in third position. Those were all of their stats throughout those 6 series. But this time around, again, holding on to their spot, holding on to the chance to make it into the playoffs against their arch nemesis Nemiga. As Nemiga, they might have knocked out Passion UA in the TI Open qualifiers, but this is a whole other ball game, as this is Passion UA's home ground. The CCT circuit is where Passion UA do seem to be doing pretty well, and that's something that's a bit of a contrast from Nemiga, because if we look at I believe Nemiga has been in 2 or 3 of the CCT series, and they have actually never qualified to the playoffs, not a single time. So for both of these teams, it's history to be found. It's history to be made. Nemiga going to go for that Kunkka first pick, as Passion UA is going to respond with an Undying pick of their own. I wonder if this is going to be a position 3 Undying, as we have seen quite a few times now, or if this is going to be something different. Let's see. This time around, Nemiga are actually going to be banning out that Batrider. They don't want to see a repeat of what happened in the last game. I'd say it's for the best. Passion UA is still respecting the Terrorblade, though, that Nemiga can bring. And for both of these teams, you can see that they're both level-headed right now. They're playing with cool and calm heads because they are recognizing the strengths. Nemiga is showing that they are dynamic in their approach to this series, that they are improving. So they're going to be banning out the heroes. They know that Passion UA play very well, like the Doom, like the Batrider, going to pick up the Kunkka for themselves. Of course, let's see what Passion UA go for. Because they've picked up the Undying, I wonder if we're going to be seeing an Ursa coming out from Passion UA. And for Nemiga, Kunkka doesn't exactly do too well against the Undying. The DK, your Admiral's Rum doesn't exactly block out your strength and your HP from being drained, right? So it's something that Undying does do pretty well against. You need a way to take out that Tombstone too, so perhaps we might even see a Snapfire coming out from Nemiga. Ursa doesn't exactly. Ursa is good for Passion UA's lineup, not so much for Nemiga. I will say. For Passion UA, banning out that Bristleback and that Shaman, which is surprising because they picked themselves up that Shaman. But I wonder if we're going to see a Jakiro coming out over here. Jakiro was banned in the previous game, but in this game it is going to be open if Passion UA don't ban it out right now. Let's see. Of course, at this stage of the game, the ban's not really all that. Oh, they're actually going to ban the Swen, and they're going to be going for that Klinks again. Very interesting. For me, in game number one, Shadow Shaman plus the Batrider, those were the two MVPs of that game. The Serpent Wards, for those objectives, just too much of a pain in the behind coming in from that Shadow Shaman, and the lassos coming in from Batchuk were just too much for Nemiga. I wouldn't say that Klinks had a really bad game. I will say that I don't exactly think of Klinks as that super strong hero in the meta right now. I do think that it can get countered out pretty easily. Nemiga, of course, this time around are going to be having that ghost ship and that X mark, so the invisibility factor from that Klinks isn't going to be that much more effective, right? Because if you are X marked, even if you're in under the guise of the invisibility, you will still get brought back. And we do see a Jakiro coming out. It is going to be picked up by Nemiga, so they do have the Tuskar plus the Jakiro combination, and not to mention the Kunkka combination, right? So this is a very good game for Jakiro. The Ice Shard plus the Macropyre, not to mention the X mark, can be a nice setup for the Ice Spot as well, or even the other way around. So that might end up the way they go about it. Not to mention the Ice Spot is a nice follow-up for the Ghost Ship too. So a lot of synergy right now for Nemiga's lineup, right? So Passion UA have to be a bit careful. They don't exactly have the same amount of synergy because they do have a Klinks. I will say that Klinks is one of the heroes that can deal with the Jakiro pretty well. It has a natural escape mechanism in the form of that Death Pact, so you can essentially dodge out the Jakiro's Ice Spot and take the Jakiro down pretty quickly once you have some damage items up. Like we saw the Klinks, we saw Moonlight make a Desolator in the previous game, so if he goes for that again, Jakiro on Nemiga is going to have a very tough time. But Passion UA going to pick themselves up a Panda, and this is something that they have done before in the group stage. I believe in the first best of 3 they played, they did go for that Panda. They did pick up that hero. Does do pretty well. Essentially, you can just throw the biggest benefit of the Panda, I believe personally, is just the Whirlwind, right? You just throw someone up in the air, make it a 4v5 team fight, and then it just becomes so easy. Not to mention, and this, if I remember correctly, the tornado, as long as you're up, the zombies still do spawn, right? Similar to how under Naga Siren's song, the zombies continue spawning up. It's something that we might even, perhaps Passion UA might even pick up the Naga Siren for their own side. Just throw this Klinks down towards that carry position. Panda goes towards an off lane. And you can pick yourself up kind of mid Naga, but I obviously, of course, I do know that Naga isn't really a mid hero these days. Nemiga, though, they're going to go for that Phantom Assassin, so they want that blink in, perhaps on towards that Klinks, and just critical or just coup de grace down Passion UA's lineup. But I wonder if this is going to be successful, because remember, you do have the Panda and you do have the Undying. None of Nemiga's heroes do very well against the Tombstone, unless of course someone standing beside a Tombstone that Phantom Assassin can use the blink on, and with that increased attack speed take down that Tombstone. But it's something that I've never actually seen in the game, because nothing ever really happens that fluidly in Dota. Things go wrong in team fights. So you always have to be prepared for the worst case scenario, as Passion UA are going to be picking up themselves up that Lion. Now, Lion Hex doesn't exactly cause that break mechanism. I believe the only Hex that breaks now is the Shadow Shaman. I could be wrong on that, but I do believe that the Lion Hex break was taken out quite some time ago. But now that Nemiga have revealed their carry, a very similar carry to what they had the last game, right? They had the Swen for those crits through the data list. Now they're going to be going for that Phantom Assassin, and a lot of follow-up, a lot of initiation, a lot of setup for this Phantom Assassin does already exist, in contrast to the previous game where Nemiga only had the Mars, right? Only had that one initiation in. This time around, they have several ways to initiate. They have the Kunkka for that X mark and Ghost Ship. They have the Jakiro for that Ice Spot. They even have the Tuskar for that Snowball. So It's something that their lineup is actually better enabled to dish out physical damage than it was in the previous game. And Nemiga are going to go for a Magnus, so it's going to be that Wombo combo combination, and one of the better ones. It's the Magnus plus Phantom Assassin. I wonder if we're going to be seeing any multi-hero RPs coming out, because it's not exactly the easiest game to land an RP, right? Your Blink isn't going to be disabled unless Passion UA go for a Radiance on Batchuk on this Panda, or but apart from that, I mean, you do have the Tombstone, so the zombie spawning is going to disable your Blink as well. So, but the main concern is that Passion UA, their heroes are naturally going to stay apart from each other. Undying is going to be roaming around, dishing out those decay stacks. Moonlight is going to be doing his thing with that invisibility, trying to catch out a hero that's off guard, off position. And Abaddon, not really a good RP target. Panda, if you RP the Panda, you have to make sure you get the Panda down, because if you don't kill him inside of the duration of that RP, then he's going to unleash the Primal Split, and that is going to be a very easy way to counter initiate on towards Nemiga. So, you know, win conditions, they're a bit similar, I will say, but this time around it is a bit easier for Nemiga to make things happen. Multiple ways to initiate, multiple lockdown heroes, and their Phantom Assassin can continue farming up. The only problem that I'm seeing here is Passion UA have a very good answer to that Phantom Assassin. They have a Lion who, in the early phases of the game, once you get that Finger of Death online, that you should be able to take that Phantom Assassin down consistently all the way through to the mid game. And once that Phantom Assassin comes online, you still have, at the end of the day, a Panda on your side who can just throw the Phantom Assassin up in the air, and you can win the team fight through that. And you also have other ways to go about it. Of course, you do have a Clinks on Passion UA that is going to be very squishy. So in a situation where Passion UA are able to get off a successful RP, that's going to be a disaster. If Nemiga are able to get off a successful RP, that's going to be a disaster for Passion UA, as I don't see their heroes, apart from the Abaddon, actually surviving against the Phantom Assassin, the coup de grace to come out, or against the Ghost Ship or the Icebot Macropyre combination to come out. So let's see what exactly both of these teams are cooking for us. Let's see what kind of strategy they're going to be running with. I mean, obviously, all eyes on Magnus here. Now, the good thing is Rinseku, you know, if history is, if we're going to take a lesson from history, even in the previous game, Rinseku had great arenas, had great impales with those spears as well. So I'm hoping that he can replicate some of his success and find those RPs, because they really do need those to happen. The good thing is that they do have a plan B, and their plan B is to utilize the Ghost Ship and X-Mark combination from the Kunkka, right? So multiple ways to execute a fight, all rely on the Phantom Assassin, of course. Ooh, are we going to see an initiation? Oh, Excess Vampire, yeah, he's dead. There's no way. No way he makes it out of here. So First Blood going to go the way of Moonlight. Passion UA picking themselves up that very early lead for that mid lane, and this is a similar lane to the previous game, Dragon Knight versus the Clinks. Now is the Kunkka versus the Clinks. Neither hero can actually get the kill unless, of course, you have Nemiga rotate in their Tusk or their Jakiro, which would be a bit, I would say, costly against the Clinks. Of course, Moonlight this time around will probably be more contenders farming up. There is no sure shot initiation though for Nemiga. While I will say that they have overall better more initiations in terms of quantity, their initiation in terms of quality is a bit lacking to be able to consistently take out heroes like they were able to with the Batrider. They may not be able to do that this time around, and that means that Moonlight should be feeling safe enough to farm up all the way to the mid game. There is no incentive to be going in for those pickoffs, because their other heroes, the Panda plus the Lion and the Undying, can zone out Bashka later on into the laning phase. Top side, Ooh, this like Cubify, I feel like is going to die quite a bit in this lane. Phantom Assassin, sure, a pretty weak hero in the early game, but those stifling daggers are nothing to be trifled with. The damage can quickly stack up, and Monodrama on that Jakiro, you know, one of the best heroes to zone people out. So Lion Cubify really needs to keep his positioning super good if he wants to be surviving. Mid lane. Both Klinks and Youngji, both Moonlight and Youngji, are able to get those last hits. Of course, the Sentry, the invisibility detection going in favor of Passion UA. Meanwhile, bot side, Abaddon plus Undying. This is not a great lane to play against if you're Nemiga. Meanwhile, top side, Bashka in trouble over here, might end up falling. It will actually end up falling to Cubify on that Lion. Very surprising and unconventional. I think it was the nature of the kind of engagement that Nemiga went for, trying to trade hits against the Panda. Not the ideal target because you have not only evasion built in, but you also have a lot of HP and survivability for your hero. And at the end of the day, you don't want to be trading out hits against the Panda if you are the Phantom Assassin. You want to just farm up and try and go for a kill on a squishy hero like the Lion. But this time around, Passion UA were able to capitalize on the small errors in judgment being made by Nemiga. It's a 2-0 right now, 3-minute mark. Lotus to go in favor of, I believe Batchik was the one who took the Lotus because he has managed to heal up quite a bit. Meanwhile, bot lane, a skewer to be found, but the decay stacks, they're actually stacking up quite a bit. A snowball in desperation, but it might not be enough. It won't be enough. Rinsecue to fall, Tusk to fall too. He went for the tomb. It will tick out, so he wasn't even able to find the tomb. And Crystallize to get a double kill and deal quite a bit of damage on this tier 1 tower bot side. Oh man. Things are not looking good for Nemiga. They are actually losing 2 of their side lane, or rather both. There are only 2 side lanes. They're losing out both of their side lanes. The top side, Bashka, did fall, and over on that bot line, Crystallize is taking, you know, a beating. Oh man. Once again, towards that top lane, Monodrama. This Panda is not letting up in terms of pressure. He's just consistently amping up, consistently increasing the tempo whenever and wherever he can, whether it's on the Phantom Assassin or it's on the Jakiro. Batchik is doing an incredible job and is looking to replicate the success that he had with his Batrider in the previous game. And Nemiga, I mean, you have to be wondering what their game plan or what their strategy is going to be like. Oh, boss side Crystallize on the cliff. This is every Magnus's dream, every offlane Magnus's dream. I will say, just get someone on that cliff and keep him there. You have the Tuskar as well as Excess Vampire is not going to let Crystallize GP away. It's Rinsecue finds another cliff of Cracker. Oh man, this is hilarious. Quaker is going to go for the TP. Will Excess Vampire doesn't exactly have the vision for it. Oh, does it? He didn't want to break that Undying's TP. He wanted to actually break Crystallize's TP. And Abaddon is actually stuck over there for so long, not going to be able to find his way out. Meanwhile, it's on that top lane where Cubify is actually taking out a lot of damage, but does have the heal over there as Monodrama now is going to end up taking a bow, will end up falling. 5 kills now for Passion UA as Bashka trying to find the kill onto his Lion, but he's wasting his time, or rather his time is being wasted as he's not going to be able to find it. 6-minute power rune to spawn. I wonder who this is going to favor. And oh no, Bashka. It seems like Nemiga, they're playing right into Passion UA's hands. That's what Passion UA wanted. It seems like Cubify was able to bait him in. Also, Just by the way, since we are at a pause, Crystallize is still on the cliff.
What did you expect?
He's still on the cliff, and where is his courier?
Are you okay?
His courier is flying, so there is that. But his courier has 320 movement speed, so that means that by the time his courier reaches to the Abaddon, he is going to be at I mean, it's going to take at least 30 seconds to reach the Abaddon, right? And there's no telling whether or not they're even going to allow the courier to reach Abaddon, because if I mean, you guys can't look because the game is paused, but there is an observer ward placed down by Nemiga over right next to the cliff near the entrance of the Shrine of Wisdom, right? So they're going to see the courier coming in, and they're probably looking to take that courier out. Delay Crystallize coming back into the lane as much as he can. Look at this stare down by Rinseku and Crystallize. They're just staring at each other. They know that. Oh man, this is brutal. Now, I mean, of course, Passion UA is going to be forced to respond to this. They need to get Crystallized down from that cliff, and they need to open up the space for him to TP away. And they're going to attempt to do that. Moonlight is there. They want Crystallized down. Or rather, they want Crystallized down from that cliff. Moonlight actually is going to be making his way towards the Shrine of Wisdom, and this might be a big brain play over here because Passion UA, or rather Nemiga, they are expecting some resources. This is the most intense stare down by two teams that I have ever seen. Like, what even is this? Kunkka even made his way over here, but now Crystallize using that tree to branch himself down from that cliff, and now Rinseku in so much trouble, but he's gonna find the cliff again before he dies! Before he dies! Excess Vampire now is going to be able to clean up the Shrine of Wisdom, and this time around Crystallize does have that TP, so it's not going to be as dramatic as the last cliff, but that took a whole mission there to bring him down from that cliff, and Rinseku managed to come out with the last laugh there by finding the cliff again, but very interesting. But now we're back into the game, right? We can continue with the serious nature of this best of 3, because at the end of the day, or rather at the end of this series, it is elimination on the line, and Bashka might just be eliminated for the second or third time now. Moonlight on a killing spree, this Phantom Assassin not really able to find anything, and it is his third death. Meanwhile, bot lane, it seems like Nemiga want to punish Crystallize, but the Ice Shards from Excess Vampire not really latching on, and that means that Crystallize will be able to farm up quite safely. But Kunkka is making his way here. Young G. But Crystallize is probably going to expect this. I mean, 3 of Passion UA's heroes are towards that top side attacking the tier 1 tower, so Crystallize probably expects a lot of heroes to be planted towards that bot lane, eyeing a kill on him. Of course, he'll probably be able to get the level 6 thanks to this creep wave, or he's going to be very close to it. We will have to see. Yeah, he's not going to get the level 6, but he'll be very close to it. And he's tugging his tier 1 tower, which means that any attempt on this Abaddon won't be all that successful. 8-0 right now. Nemiga have actually not found a single kill, in contrast to the previous game where they were at least able to trade out, right? They were at least able to take some cores down, some supports down, but this time around, despite having more initiations on their side, it's their heroes who are going to end up falling. Young G seems like they can't even make a move towards some of these power runes, and this is highly surprising because this time around Nemiga actually have more initiation. Last time around it was just the Mars. This time around they have not one but 4 ways to initiate, but yet they're not able to. Now, of course, a lot of that initiation depends on the items, right? You need your blink daggers to come online, particularly on that Magnus, and he's only 700 gold away from it. So it's not the worst timing, especially considering a few 2 or 3 minutes of the game were taken away trying to just glyph the Magnus up, or rather crystallize up. So it's not a late timing. A 13 to 14 minute blink dagger, similar to the previous game, I will say that. So Rinsekiu quite consistent in his itemization timings, quite consistent at how long it takes for him to hit his power spikes, and that's really going to be the key for Nemiga to come out, break out of this shell, break out of this box that they're currently in right now. Sebastian Yue also consistent in the way that they play, considering the fact that they know their objectives very well. They know that at the end of the day, this is a game of objectives. Shut down the opponent's cores, take down these towers, slowly push forward to the throne. It's currently, they haven't been punished a single time as far as kills go. Cubify finding the Jakiro. "11 minutes in." Nemiga haven't exactly gone for any kind of smoke play. They have the RP, they have the ghost ship. Their supports have still not hit level 6. Of course, neither has Cracker, but you do have the finger of that. So both of these teams do have significant power spikes available. I wonder if Nemiga are actually waiting for the level 6 on the Jakiro to be then initiating in, but there's the blink, there's the RP, it's a 2-man ice shot to hold everyone in down, the ghost ship for good measure to take out 2 heroes. There's the response that we've all been waiting for. Of course, there is going to be a bit of punishment laid out on Nemiga. They are going to lose their Tuskar, but that's perhaps all they're going to lose. Excess Vampire taking his time to fall here, will eventually go down, but at the end of the day, we're able to take down 2 kills. And are they going to go for another, a skewer and a nice spot to hold Cracker down? Of course, the tombstone was placed down as Passion Yue are looking to come back into this fight. Cracker was probably going to end up being safe here. The tombstone to fall from Nemiga, but the damage has been done as Nemiga are unable to retreat from this position. The teleport out is going to be successful. They're only going to lose the Jakiro, but an overzealous play from Nemiga did cost them their support. $3,000 net worth lead.
Money changes hands.
Phantom Assassin continuing to farm. Of course, it is going to be a pretty slow Battle Fury. Actually, it's not that slow. It's not as slow as I would expect from a carry that's died 4 times, right? You have to give credit where credit is due. He's going to get a Battle Fury around the 15 to 16 minute mark, which is pretty slightly delayed, but kind of average timing for the Battle Fury, so it's not the worst thing in the world, right? If Rinsekiu is able to come out with more successful RPs, that's going to be Nemiga's way back into this game. So far, Rinsekiu has not disappointed a single time, whether it's the previous game on his Mars or this game on the Magnus, but he needs to make more happen. Nemiga need to play around Rinsekiu. Of course, Excess Vampire in the invisibility will actually spot out the lion if he walks up a bit, but he might be unaware that there is a Klinx there too, so will need to be a bit careful. As Nemiga, they're stacking up towards that tier 2 tower. They are going to make a move towards their own jungle. They want to clean they want to clean their space. They want to push out Passion UA. Of course, Passion UA are just going to naturally exit the dire jungle as Crystallize farming towards that bot lane is very close to his relic, so we're going to see similar timings of this Phantom Assassin and the Abaddon, similar timings for the Radiance and the Battle Fury. So these carries are nearly neck to neck even in farm. We can see it in the net worth as well. Of course, the reason for this is Abaddon was cliffed for several, I believe, a full 2 minutes, right? So sure, Phantom Assassin has died, but Abaddon's also lost out on that farming capability, on that farming space. Not to mention, does naturally farm a bit slower than the Phantom Assassin.
Radiant are scanning.
4,000 net worth lead. And things might start piling up too once you get that Radiance online. Oh wow, so Patrick actually has a Radiance. They're going to go for a double Radiance. I'm not too sure about this. Now, in my opinion, Crystallize is making a Radiance just for that farming ability. Meanwhile, you have the Panda with the Radiance. And it's surprising to see an offlane hero make the Radiance before the carry. We have already gone through the reasons why Crystallize doesn't have as much farm as he should. But Passion UA looking to take this tier 2 tower towards this mid side, but they might not be able to take the tower, but they have dished out a lot of damage on it. It's already down towards half HP. Batchuk, does he really want to be charging forward, or does he want Crystallize to lead the fray there? Abaddon, Aquatic Shield online, but an RP towards the backline there. Did it find much? It's a skewer on towards 2, a ghost ship to land 2, but Rinsecue taking a whole lot of damage. The Curse of Avernus keeping Crystallize alive. Young G though, it's ran out, and a splash from Bashka is going to clean Abaddon up. It's a 2 for 2, but this was Passion UA's move, and it looks like they're going to go back in. Batchuk activating the Primal Split, and now Nemiga, they have to get back. They can't do anything over here. The Desolator strikes, it's doing too much, and Nemiga's going to fall. They're going to get team wiped here by Passion UA. 17 minutes in, 16 and 4, 5,000 net worth lead, and a tier 2 tower for their troubles.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Oh man, it does seem like Nemiga fail to realize the full extent of their abilities, right? They got the 2 kills and it was a 2 for 2. You might want to call it a draw there. You might want to get back and continue farming up on your Phantom Assassin. Choosing to press the issue, particularly against the Panda who was holding on his ultimate, is going to end up as a disaster every single time. Until your Phantom Assassin is farmed, of course, but it's a lesson that I hope Nemiga do learn, because there's not going to be many chances for them. Moonlight already has 8 stacks, or rather 4 stacks on his Desolator, and you can't give more of these because eventually this Clinks is going to be making an MKB and is going to be slicing through the blur of that Phantom Assassin. But now Nemiga,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
they want to be making an initiation on towards Batchuk. He doesn't have the split. Cubify from that boss side, trying to do as much as he can, but it might not be enough. The heals coming in for Batchuk, keeping him alive. He's actually still standing, and they're able to turn it around on towards Nemiga. This is insane. Madness to fall to Rinsecue. Just no hope for him. 2 heroes to die. This is looking desperate. This is looking like Nemiga. They're charging in without a clear plan. I can't blame them, because a Roshan going the way of Passion UA this early on would be a very big disaster, but the more fights you lose like this, it's difficult. I mean, you didn't have the Phantom Assassin there, so you quite literally don't have any source of physical damage apart from, say, the Tidebringer from the Kunkka, which doesn't do much at this stage. He has a Blade Mail, doesn't have the Radiance, doesn't have any damage items, and the heals coming in from the rest of Passion UA. You remember, you have Crystallize with the Aphotic Shield, with the Mist Coil. You do have the Undying as well with the Soul Rip. And of course, the 3-man Impale from the Lion didn't exactly help Nemiga either. And Aegis for a full 5 minutes on that Clinks, and Passion UA, they're probably going to take the Tormentor as it's a 20-minute mark, and then they're going to make their way towards some of these tier 2 towers. And for Nemiga, the question is, stacking up 4 or 5 heroes and you're not able to take a single hero down, are you going to be contesting this Aegis outside of your base, or are you going to be waiting for Passion UA to come to your high ground? That is probably on everyone's mind right now, and it's a tough one to answer. Because Moonlight, he just pops a hero within 2 or 3 seconds. A very difficult to maneuver in this game if you're Nemiga. For Passion UA though, their way into the playoffs looks incredibly straightforward. Just one lane of racks and tier 4s to get through. 21 minutes in. A very decisive game number 2, I will say. 11,000 net worth lead. This time around, I will give credit to Moonlight now, because Clinks in this game has done so much. Has been that physical damage that Passion UA really need in these team fights, right? In contrast to the previous game, of course. Magnus does have the scepter up, the horn toss is now there, but the question, like, it was never a question about Rinseku being able to skewer someone, right? Because he's been able to do that. He's been able to find the RPs. It's the follow-up that's been lacking. As Bashka will be able to make his BKB quite soon. Magnus hexed up before he could find the skewer. Will now use it just to be able to get away. Phantom Assassin continuing to farm up. They really need a BKB, and he really needs to TP back to be able to defend. He's just about 100 gold shy from it, but it seems like Passion UA are not going to be waiting any longer. Going to activate the Primal Split, throw the Kunkka up in the air, just sieging this tier 3 tower. Kunkka, Young G doesn't have the survivability to survive from this. Even if you do have that Blade Mail, the Primal Split is activated. Panda is going to be coming back. Batchick, there he is. Reveals himself. Now without any Primal Split, they're probably just going to end up going back. They got the tower at the very least, so it is an objective. This next team fight though is going to be the decisive and crucial moment, which pretty much will decide the game. I mean, you have the BKB. Your next big item is going to be so far away that if you're Nemiga, you want to go now, because the Primal Split is down. The Undying's ultimate is also down, and there it is. There's a smoke. Nemiga predictably going to go for an attempt. They're going to make their way on towards Trekker to start it off, instantly taking him out. And I believe I heard a skewer too over on the other side. Young G using his ghost ship but wasn't able to find much here. Crystallize really needs to be careful. Of course, Undying was able to come back. So it wasn't exactly the most valuable kill to be found with that 5-man smoke, but it's some breathing room. Passion UA still holding on towards that Aegis, and perhaps they want to be going towards that high ground. They still have a full 30 seconds up there, but if they're not going to go mid, then they're not going to be able to go high ground with the Aegis at least. Okay, oh no, apparently I was wrong. The wave is right there towards that bot side, so they'll probably be going towards that high ground. I mean, just 20 seconds on that Aegis, and Nemiga are going to be forced to just wait this out. Of course, they do have the glyph though, so if push comes to shove, they should be able to just use that one up. the ice shards to hold them, but a skewer. Cubify did find that hex, and the skewer wasn't able to land his mark for the first time. The racks to end up falling. There is an X mark. The torrent was unfortunately not on point. Cubify finding the impale on Bashka, but the tombstone is going to end up falling as Nemiga are able to hold on. I don't even know if I can say they're able to hold on to it. They lost their mid lane they lost their mid racks. They did hold on to something though. They held on to the ranged racks. At the end of the day, every minute or every second you buy in this game for Nemiga does work in their favor. They're waiting towards the side, and next mark on Batchuk going to get brought back. A torrent as well, but this is an impossible target to go on. I do not think that Nemiga have the damage output to actually kill Batchuk before he gets the primal split off.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Here's beer in your eye.
Dire's turret has been killed.
26 minutes in.
Radiant are scanning.
Still, Nemiga have been able to hold on to the lead from snowballing away. Oh, Bashka finding the BKB before he got impaled down. That's going to be crucial, as that will allow him to TP away. Definitely. Very well played by Bashka to avoid that gank there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, an RP to be found, but it's just a lion there. Of course, it might be what Nemiga end up wanting, but the tombstone, the shot coming in from Cracker is actually going to save the lion too. Nemiga unable to even find a position 4. And now with the primal split being activated, the buyback to come out from Dusk. They're bringing everything they have because they know they can't give away any more objectives. They can't give away towers. Young G activating his blade mail. Both teams just throwing spells around, hoping that it will create an opportunity to go, or rather fully engage. But Nemiga don't have the RP. They don't have the ghost ship. So Passion UA, at the end of the day, they're very comfortable with this poke and prod method at their high ground, because every time they do this, they're able to dish out some damage. This mid-side tier 3 tower is down to about half HP, and all the while they're just waiting for Roshan. As soon as it spawns, they're going to go back to the Rosh pit, force Nemiga to either go for a Rosh fight, which won't end up well for them, or wait and give Passion UA a free Rosh, right? It seems like Passion UA are building up, or rather boxing Nemiga into a lose-lose scenario. And speaking of losses, they're going to lose their Kunkka. Yeah, there's just no way. A monster kill for Moonlight. And, oh wow, look at this, they're instantly TPing towards the outpost near the triangle. And they've actually found Bashka over here. The Phantom Assassin doesn't want to be using his BKB, but their Nemiga will have that nicely planted ice path and the ice shards to make sure Bashka stays alive. Still though, of course, Kunkka does have the does have the buyback. Of course, doesn't want to be using it because he does come online in about 15 seconds.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
With the Roshan spawning, you see, that's a big question, right? I was talking about it a bit earlier. Does Nemiga go for that Roshan fight? Now, in theory, their heroes are super good at that Roshan pit. the Magnus RP, the Ice Spot Macropyre, even the Tuskar Shards, the Kunkka's Ghost Ship. It seems like Nemiga's entire lineup is best around that Roche Pit, but the problem is they might be too far behind to actually make it work, even if they're able to come out with those successful initiations, those successful implants by that RP and that Ghost Ship. For Passion UA, it really does seem like they're itching for a misstep by Nemiga in order to fully commit. They're quite happy with the state of the game right now, just boxing everyone in. At this stage, the Phantom Assassin only holds about 2 items, is very close to his Satanic though. But the way that Passion UA have played this has choked Nemiga's farm, and Youngji is the only one who is outside of his base right now. Is the only one who's farming, apart from these breadcrumbs, these scraps of meat that Phantom Assassin is able to gather up for himself. And there's the Roshan, and I think that will answer our question. Nemiga just unable to go for any kind of contest. That's the whacking sound from the panda is quite funny. Just constantly whacking at that Roshan. There's the Aegis. Moonlight is going to be picking that one up. Is on a monster kill streak and doesn't exactly have that MKB. He chose to go for that Daedalus. I wonder though if the MKB would have been better against the evasion of the Phantom Assassin. And this Daedalus, it does certainly spell confident though. The only question is this overconfidence from Passion UA? Are they saying that there's no way that Nemiga can come back? Because that would be folly. That would be foolhardy, because Phantom Assassin can come back. It only really takes one good team fight on this high ground for Nemiga to come back into the game. If Passion UA get team wiped, which, you know, let's be honest, it's a very, very unlikely possibility. But if it happens, then Nemiga are actually going to get around 7,000 to 8,000 gold swinging their way, and they're going to be fully back into this game. Let's see. A skewer. This time around, the RP is still there though, as Passion UA, they've lost their Undying, lost their Lion, as Pashka gets a double kill. As Passion UA, I mean, this is the problem. You cannot be this overconfident on that high ground. You need to be careful of Rinsekiu. He's been perfect with his RPs, and there's no reason to suggest that just because you can increase the pressure on Nemiga, that Rinsekiu is going to start sweating. This man has had those skewers time and time again. He is just the glimmer of hope for Nemiga. And no matter how overconfident you are, you can't downplay the RPs or the skewers. You can't underestimate the potential of a Magnus on his own high ground. It's Nemiga. They're going to go for a smoke, a Satanic, readied up on that Phantom Assassin. Bashka is looking prepared. Even if he falls low here, because there's no MKB, there is going to be that buffer for that Phantom Assassin to activate that Satanic, and this could be huge for Nemiga. I wonder if the smoke is going to be able to do anything though, as they haven't exactly found a target so far. They did see the Tormentor, but it seems like they're just going to fall back. It seems like they don't want to wander too far away from their base. Certainly, probably a good decision. But sooner or later, they're going to need to make that risk. But at the same time, as I say that, the Aegis is wearing off. It's only a minute and a half away to expiring. Another skewer. It seems like Rinsekyu, he's gonna skewer any semblance of a hero he can find, even if it's an illusion. You come threatening the high ground, you're going to face the horns. 21-7 right now. 35-minute mark approaching, and this time around, Passion UA, they're probably going to be able to secure both these Shrines of Wisdom, even Nemiga's. Oh, as I say that, Nemiga are actually exiting their base towards the same spot. There is the next mark on Rinsekyu. They wanted to secure the Shrine of Wisdom, but it was just a bit too late. Passion UA will be able to find that. And now with about 30 seconds left on that Aegis, Moonlight is going to try and dish out some damage on this tier 3 tower. It's so low to falling. Passion UA are slowly chipping away, but it does seem like they have learned the lesson. They don't want to underestimate Rinsekyu any longer. Fearing the potential of Rinsekyu's RPs and skewers, and the fact that this Phantom Assassin is now farmed up, is going to make it very difficult for Passion UA. Cubify. I mean, to be fair, he might be throwing these voice lines out, but his hexes on Rinsekyu have also been on point.
My
36 minutes in, there's a double damage rune to be found over on that bot side river, and for Passion UA, I wonder if they give this to the Klings and then they go high ground, if that's going to be the right approach. Otherwise, with the way the game is going right now, around the 45-minute mark, I suspect even with the lead that Passion UA have, it may not be all that significant. Because you have the coup de grace, that critical strike factor from Phantom Assassin means that even if you do have more farm, even if you do have more items or resources, it's not going to help you against the critical strike if you just get one-shotted. Now a full... Not a full, it's a... The makings of an Abyssal Blade underway from the Phantom Assassin. But Bashka's actually changed things up. He's not going to commit to the full Abyssal, he's actually going to go for that Nullifier.
so soon.
21-7, a 3-1 kill feed ratio in favor of Passion UA, even at 21,000 net worth lead. Wow, the numbers lining up. Oh wow, the Radiance really doesn't help Bashka, right? The missed chance coming in, even at this stage of the game, it's quite significant. But still, when you do have the BKB online and activated, the burn from the Radiance doesn't exactly do much. You won't be missing any attacks, so you do have that, I believe, 6-second or rather 8-second buffer. He's the Phantom Assassin. Wow, surprisingly has only used his BKB once in this game, and now a skewer on towards the Undying. There's no Nullifier up and ready quite just yet, so that means this Undying will just be able to walk away using the Ghost Scepter, and Nemiga are going to be forced to disengage. But there's a Primal Split being activated, and the Phantom Assassin is actually caught out. He doesn't have the BKB, and he's going to end up falling. Bashka to die, and Nemiga, Rinsekyu, incredibly low right now. A blink forward from Crystallite is going to be able to find it, and a Whirlwind on Young G going to expire. He's going to be forced to activate his BKB. A buyback coming in from Rinsekyu. Where is the Phantom Assassin? Does have that buyback, may need to expend it, because this is reminding me of the previous game. Passion UA on the high ground. They're threatening the Raxel, but a 3-man RP from Nemiga. The buyback to come out, as well as this is their opening. Cubified, the one to fall, but the rest of Passion UA are able to make it out. apart from Crystallize, who was under the RP, but I mean, this is ideal for Passion UA. They were able to force out the buyback from Nemiga, and at the end of the day, they still came out ahead by taking down the mid and bottom lane of Rax. So they're slowly bleeding Nemiga out. And I wonder what the game plan is going to be. Nemiga surely have to press right now. And the most interesting thing is, you know, because of the disaster that was the early game for Nemiga, this time around they're even further behind objectives. Nemiga have been unable to take down a single tower this game. All three tier 3 towers are up and standing, and it's not even as if someone can go down there and take the tower down quickly, because all of these towers are nearly at half HP. And there's no way to push now that Passion UA have all respawned. Oh, excess vampire, he's going to die. Yeah, he's dead. Fight fair as he goes out. Yeah, that there is no fighting fair. This is elimination on the line between Passion UA and Nemiga, and they're going to kick, they're going to punch, they're going to claw their way to the playoffs should they require it. Or should they have to? So Tuskar is down. A third Roshan is going to spawn in about, I would say, 20 seconds, I believe. Yeah, it does seem like about 20 seconds.
Good for my top.
But against the third Roshan, we will see what bonus items are dropped. Perhaps something like the cheese. I mean, I think she is guaranteed to fall. Let's see. It's a refresher shard up on Roshan. You do have the banner as well. With the Brewlings, Moonlight's Skeletons, and the Roshan's banner, I wonder how Nemiga are going to be able to defend. And now, actually, it turns out it's the third Roshan where Nemiga actually want to be going for a full-on clash. Passion UA have abandoned the Roche Pit as Nemiga are going to be making their way inside of that Roche Pit, but it seems like that's what Passion UA wanted, able to take out the playmaker from Nemiga this early on. Rinseku is dead, he doesn't have buyback, but Bashka has managed to pick himself up that Aegis and is now trying to hold his ground. The first life is going to end up falling. Moonlight doing a whole lot of damage. Nemiga are collapsing right now, and a Hex on Bashka to seal the deal. He's down and out. No more buybacks available for Nemiga as they're going to tap out after a full team wipe, after being dominated through the early game all the way to the late game. 42 minutes in, and Passion UA have proven their point, have proven their track record, right? Passion UA, a team that has never failed to make it into the playoffs, now on elimination, they have once again secured their playoff run. Very well played by Passion UA, and unfortunate for Nemiga, though. I mean, I would have expected a better game number 2. I did not expect their early game to collapse as hard as it did, and Nemiga is also going to continue their history, still struggling to make it into a single CCT playoff for their own side. Of course, they did find a good win against Passion UA in the TI Open qualifiers, but Passion UA came for revenge. They came for Nemiga, and they proved a point here. They are going to be advancing into the playoffs, and Nemiga, unfortunately, is going to be going home. The good thing is there are going to be so many more CCT series to take place. 8 series have been announced for the European region so far, 4 for the South American region. So I hope that Nemiga do come back for a later series as well. But that's not all, guys, for today. There is going to be one more best of 3 to take place today. That is going to be between, I believe, Espoiled, right? And I believe that game is going to happen in quite a bit. I am waiting to receive word on when exactly that game will happen. Perhaps it's going to be on schedule, or perhaps it might be slightly delayed from that. I will confirm for you guys. But regardless, a full best of 3 series awaits us. I hope you guys will stay tuned. We will come back into the last best of 3, the last decider match, by the way. It's still elimination. The theme for today is still going to be elimination. Whoever wins in the next series is going to advance, and whoever loses is going to go out. I am your host, Tultrus. Don't go anywhere, and we will be back for the next series after a short break.
First blood. First blood. Right off the
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hello everyone, welcome back to CCT Season 2, Series 1. We are in a very decisive day today because we have the decider matches for which two teams are going to be going into the playoffs and which two teams are going to be eliminated. Of course, previously, Passion UA went up against Team Nemiga and they managed to win in a very decisive 2-0 fashion. So they're going to be proceeding to the playoffs and Nemiga are going to be out. But for the next one, we do have Team Espoiled versus Runa team, and we're going to head straight into the draft. Now, just to give you guys a bit of info regarding both of these teams, they were or there are competing in the EWC Eastern European close qualifiers. And that's the reason for the delay over here. We do have to wait for these teams to play in the matches that they were scheduled in. And I believe both of them actually ended up losing in against it was Navi and Team One Move, which was a bit disappointing for me to see. I would have hoped that one of these at least proceed further, but of course both of them still have a shot in the EWC close qualifiers, right? They might be down into those lower brackets, and ironically enough, both of them are going to be playing against each other both here in CCT and tomorrow in the close qualifiers. So this is not only going to be great practice for them, but it's also going to be very decisive, right? Because whoever wins here is going to have that nice little confidence boost to face up against the other team tomorrow too. It is Runa versus Espoiled, as Espoiled are going to be banning out that Batrider and Undying. Meanwhile, Runa are going to be going for that Terrorblade ban. I wonder if, both of these teams were looking at each other's matches that were going on just a while ago, because Terrorblade was picked up by Espoiled, I believe, 2 games in a row. Yeah, so Espoiled picked up the Terrorblade in game number 1 and game number 3 against Navi. So that is probably the reason why Runa decided to ban out those heroes. Let's see what both of these teams will be going for. As far as the picks go, we have seen them love to play the Batrider. Unfortunately, it has been banned out, but you do still have the Brew. You still have quite a lot of heroes. We have seen Espoiled go for the Storm Spirit before, but until we see the first pick come out, we won't exactly know what both of these teams are thinking. See, an Axe ban and a Naga Siren picked up from Runa. Unfortunately, they won't be able to stack this up with an Undying, as I don't think it's fixed, but I don't even think it's intended to be fixed. The Naga Siren song plus the Undying zombies, which keep stacking up, that is very overpowering. But at least now that they have the ability to quell any ongoing initiation from Espoiled, I wonder how they're going to respond. Espoiled do have the option of a silencer, so that's one way to actually stop the Naga Siren song. Either position your silencer at the backline where he is naturally found, right? Wait for the song of the siren and you can instantly cancel it out. Or even if you use it early on while the global silence is online, while it's still running, then Naga Siren won't be able to use the song of the siren anyway. So that's certainly a hero that they can choose to go with. I will see if Runa have gone for the Naga Siren. Okay, so they didn't go for the Naga Siren in their game against One Move, but still, they have gone for heroes like the Darkseer and the Disruptor, heroes that pair very well with the Naga Siren. I wonder what Espoiled is going to go with. Perhaps something like a hero that can cleave very well. Something like a Swen would be pretty good, but okay, there it is. Yeah, so not exactly a cleave, but it works like a kind of an enhanced cleave, to be honest, the Tidebringer from the Kunkka. So they Espoiled already investing in a hero that will give them that ability to take out the Naga Siren illusions very early on, and I do think that this is going to be a mid Kunkka. We will see exactly what they pair this up with. Now, in the previous series, if you guys remember, we did see Kunkka coming out and it was, I think, Nemiga who went for that in game number 2 against Passion UA. Didn't end up successful. Of course, it is a different team, different players, and probably a different strategy for Espoiled. One thing is for sure, you don't want Runa to be able to stack up on heroes that can push out those side lanes, that can rat it out, right? So I would expect Espoiled to either pick up or ban out that Nature's Prophet, right? Because Runa have already banned that axe, have already banned that ancient apparition. So those bans coupled up with the fact that they have picked up the Monago Siren suggests to me that perhaps Runa is looking to pick up that Nature's Prophet. Even as a core, it can work. It can even work as an additional support. Although I do think that the support would be a bit worse than the core Nature's Prophet at this stage. But let's see. They can stick to their roots and go for something like the Storm Spirit. Of course, Tiny seems to be a favorite pick of Runa. And Tiny is one of those heroes that does do okay-ish against the Kunkka. I wouldn't say does extremely well. Oh wow, a Storm Spirit ban against Espoiled. It's very interesting. Considering the fact that Espoiled, it is one of their more played heroes. They played the Storm Spirit in 2 out of the 3 games against Na'Vi. And just by the way, it's not exactly even, because Espoiled were playing against Na'Vi and they managed to take a game off of Na'Vi, right? Meanwhile, Runa went against one move, but they didn't have the same success. Runa lost 2 games in a row against they got clean swept by one move. So arguably, just from that very small sample size, which doesn't really prove all that much, but it's still, it gives us a glimpse of what these teams are capable of. Of course, you do have, I believe you have okay, so right, you do have on Espoiled, you have a CCT grand finalist, right? And from Aztekor. Aztekor was back in Rabot Yagi playing, and Rabot Yagi went all the way to the grand finals against Na'Vi in CCT's series number 8, season number 1. We don't know what CCT season 8 will hold. There's quite a few ways into the future. Espoiled going for that Shadow Demon, so they do have that purge mechanism, and alongside of that, they do have the disruption as well. The disruption, it can do pretty well. Perhaps this is something of a preemptive pick, but it is a nice little setup, right? It means that the Kunkka won't necessarily have to use the X mark because you have a disruption to set up for that Torrent and Ghost Ship combination. That will leave the Kunkka free to use his X mark in other ways, free to use it as a defensive ability, free to use it however well he likes, or even as a setup, and use a disruption as a save mechanism, right? So it is a bit synergistic, these 2 picks, so they have a few ways around this. Meanwhile, Runa going to go for that Templar Assassin and Wind Ranger. Templar being left out in the pool is very surprising, and Runa, or rather Espoiled, have to be careful because the Templar Assassin's physical damage is nothing to scoff at. Very fast in terms of farming potential, flash farms very quickly. Once you have that Desolator up, Shadow Demon isn't exactly a hero that can survive much, right? So of one Mel Strike, and that this Shadow Demon is probably going to end up falling. The downside to a Templar Assassin, of course, is, and in particular this early on, is the fact that Espoiled can go for heroes that stack up on that DPS. They already have the Torrent, which should take away most of the most of the refraction charges from the Templar Assassin. So an additional hero from Espoiled that can take out that refraction, coupled up with a high DPS physical damage carry, is something that can deal with this Templar very well. And Espoiled going to go for a Beastmaster and Phoenix. Now, they did play the Beastmaster as well. No, in fact, it was Runa who did that. But, you know, speaking of DPS, they do have the Phoenix. At the end of the day, Phoenix is one of the best heroes against the Phantom Assassin, because you can't exactly Melstrike, you can't exactly blast the Phoenix away, because you are going to have that egg who's going to pop up. Not to mention the attack speed slow coming in is going to mean that his Templar can't get off those free hits that he's looking for. And not to mention the Fire Spirits from the Phoenix and the Sunray there is no way this Templar Assassin will have that refraction up in those team fights, and then Espoiled also have that roar mechanism from that Beastmaster, and this is going to be a very tricky game for this Templar. The Naga Siren has to be on point with that song, is going to be forced to play a bit more passive, a bit more of a hero that gravitates towards a savior rather than an initiator, because you need your Templar Assassin to stay alive. And Runa have gone in for that Timber Saw to provide that front line. I'm just not sure of the potency of the Timber Saw against a hero like the Shadow Demon, right? The Shadow Demon's ultimate is going to mean that this Timber Saw is going to have a pretty difficult time. Overall, though, I do prefer Espoiled's draft over here, even though Runa have gotten away with one of the best carries in the game right now. I wonder what carry Espoiled are going to be going for. In my opinion, something like a Morphling would be pretty nice. Even though Morphling is very weak in the laning phase against the Timber Saw, it does do pretty well against a Templar Assassin, because you can essentially get refraction up on yourself, right? You can essentially get a mouse strike up on yourself by morphing into the Templar. Or not even that, you can essentially morph into the Wind Ranger, use the Wind Run, and then you have 100% evasion. And through the 100% evasion, you can essentially go 1-to-1 against the Templar. So in my opinion, Morphling is a pick that Espoiled should definitely go for as their carry. But let's see what they have in store. I mean, they have banned out the Pangolier, which suggests to me that it might just end up being a Morphling, but let's see. Runa, of course, they have the option to go for that Tiny, but again, need something that can not only stack up against so many disables coming in from Espoiled, but can create that natural space for that Templar Assassin. Are they going to be... Perhaps they can go for something like the Dragon Knight over on their side. They are certainly banning out a lot of spirits, though. The Ember Spirit, the Storm Spirit being banned out. Let's see if we end up seeing some sort of Dragon Knight, or perhaps something like a Tiny. Just additional frontline buffers for this Templar Assassin to do what the TA does best, to dish out those attacks, right? That's the way that I would... That's what I would suggest if I was on their side. Wow, they could actually go for a Centaur. So they're going to position this Timber Saw against the Kunkka on that mid lane and go for a Centaur over on that off lane. I mean, it's the same strategy, right? It's the same, provide additional frontliners. And not only that, now they have that synergistic mechanism that if the Templar is in trouble, you pop the Song, you pop the Stampede, and then you completely reposition around the fight. That's incredibly strong for Runa right now. And even as an initiation tool, right? Oh, and there it is. There it is. The Morphling. I really went all in on that Morphling pick. It just seems like an incredibly strong pick right now, right? Just to take out that Templar does incredibly well. You can dodge out spells as well, just kite the Timber Saw around. You can kite the Centaur Warrunner as well. And for me personally, I saw the Morphling pick coming a mile away. Now the win condition for Espoiled is pretty much very straightforward, right? When you have a Morphling, it becomes a kind of 4 protect 1 strategy where your Morphling is going to end up farming and farming until the mid game, or even the mid to late game if you have a bad game or bad laning phase, to come online before you can take some of these fights. And for the other side, for Runa, they need to keep their Templar Assassin alive, right? And that's why they've picked up their Timber Saw. That's why they've picked up their Centaur Warrunner, is the ability to disengage and reposition in those team fights should you need it. And of course, you have the Templar, who's going to come online a lot quicker, a lot faster than the Morphling, than the carry's counterpart. So that means that when that Templar Assassin does have that Desolator and does have that Dragonlance, then they need to amp up the pressure. They need to take down some of these objectives and take down some of these towers. Because in a late game scenario, in a very late game, or rather the past the 40-minute mark, this should be Espoiled's game to take. Morphling in that ultra late game is simply going to be too strong for Runa to face. So let's see if, those win conditions, let's see if how they actually happen in the game.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
So did I, Shigetsu. So did I. Oh man, I mean, both of these teams are bringing so much firepower in those team fights. I really do wonder who's going to come out on top. It really depends on who gets their execution off, right? And that's something that Espoiled have to get right. You know, you have to get your roar off, you have to get the X mark, or rather the torrent and ghost ship combination off if you want to be transitioning into a successful team fight, because at the end of the day you have till the end on that Naga who's going to have his finger on that song.
30 seconds to battle.
Of course, I don't think there's going to be any action happening before the horn is blown, before the game starts and the creeps start marching towards those lanes. But as I say that, these teams are looking to prove me wrong. They are positioning or posturing towards that topside river. Queasy is here
The battle begins.
on the back line. I wonder if he's going to go in for a shackle play, but he actually skilled up his power shot, and that does provide a bit of slow on towards Ryota, who doesn't have his disruption. He might end up falling. Are they going to dive the tower? The slow coming in from those fire spirits means that it's not going to happen. The power shot is not going to land, and Ryota does manage to live. Is probably going to end up going back to base. No, he's not. He's actually going to go back to the lane. Mid lane, Punka versus the Timbersaw. Now, Timbersaw might have a lot of armor, but the Tidebringer still is a very good tool in the early game, in the laning phase, to zone out heroes, particularly melee heroes. Of course, things should end up a bit better for Nikki once he gets more levels up, once he gets more armor up. Right now, he doesn't exactly have the reactive armor, so he's not going to be regenerating quite just yet. Should be looking to skill it once he hits his level 2. Yeah, there he has it now. Over on that top lane, it's going to be the Naga Siren plus Shigetsu versus the Beastmaster and the Shadow Demon. Now, this is a lane that's not supposed to be going well for the Templar Assassin. I don't see what kind of a buffer Naga Siren provides in this lane. Your illusions are not going to be able to do much. Of course, you can creep skip, and that's going to provide a bit of benefit. Your illusions should be able to damage Ryota up quite a bit. At level 1, I don't think there's going to be anything like that happening. But the problem is those illusions are going to be taken down by the Beastmaster quite easily with those wild axes that he's probably looking to spam out. And I wonder if, because the Beastmaster sees that Naga, whether or not he's going to be going for a soul ring. It's a bit unconventional, very rarely seen, but it might help him in the lane. Bot side, of course, it is the Morphling and the Phoenix. Now, Windranger in the laning phase is one of the best heroes against the Morphling, because the Morphling loves to stay at low HP, particularly to regenerate up. If you're not careful, and if you don't have sight of that Windranger, you're always going to be in danger of getting hit by the kill shot. And I wouldn't even be surprised, honestly, to see Snov fall down over here, do that kill shot. But at the very least, at least this is a lane that Runa should be doing pretty well in. The Centaur isn't going to get zoned out by the Windranger, or rather by the Phoenix. And Queasy plus Alberca should be able to zone the Morphling out if things go according to plan. So far, all the cores managing to amass on those last hits, and honestly, that's what you need to do. That is the play for all three of these lanes. Actually, is very, all of their power spikes on these cores is mainly item dependent. So you want to be, I wonder if the Centaur is going to invest early on into a Blink Dagger, or if they're just going to use the Song of the Siren to start off their initiation. It is something that we will have to see. Of course, the Lotus the Lotus was picked up by the Wind Ranger, and neither team able to stack up on that aggression. Everyone is super healthy. Topside, you can zone the Beastmaster out, but you can't. There is no kill potential on the Beastmaster. He has 900 HP. He has a magic wand with around 7 charges that should give him about 100 HP buffer. And Templar Assassin, ideally you want a hero that can lock down someone so that this Templar Assassin can dish out those hits, right? But the ensnare from the Naga Siren early on doesn't exactly hold someone for that long. Meanwhile, there's the kill shot that was, I would say, a bit expected. Queasy will find the first blood on that Morphling, and Espoiled have lost their carry. Meanwhile, towards that top side, there's a boar, there's a hawk there, and till the end might end up falling over here. The blood grenade to be thrown out as well, but the dispel coming in from those illusions will mean that till the end just ends up running away. Shigetsu trying to dish out on as much damage as he can, perhaps even take out those boars, but Ryota was stacking up on that poison. Till the end will end up falling in the end. And Snoff falling for a second time. Queasy with those kill shots. It's very difficult to show on cam, I will say this. To the credit of the observer, it's honestly very difficult, right? Because you're not going to be expecting the Morphling to be taking that kill shot or that power shot so many times. But meanwhile, topside, Waste is going to be able to make it out thanks to the disruption coming in. Naga Siren. Six-minute rune approaching as the Shadow Demon is going to be making his way towards that mid lane, trying to secure the rune as Waste is going to get zoned out. I wonder who the rune is going to go in favor of. It is going to be an illusion rune going towards Nikki, not really a great rune to be found. And a bot lane, Alberca needs to be careful. There is no Wind Ranger, and Snov is prepared for some revenge, for some counter kills.
Top tower is under attack.
This top lane, I mean, this tower is going to fall 6 minutes in, one of the earliest towers in the series right now. Already falling down. Oh man, that is a very quick tower. Being able to zone the Beastmaster out this early on is certainly very unexpected. I did not think that would happen. You have so many boards, you can take out the refraction charges, but Runa able to get the upper hand here, and near the 7-minute mark they are positioning a lot of heroes near the Shrine of Wisdom. Even the Timbersaw is here to play.
Dire are scanning. Dire are
And
scanning.
I wonder if there's not going to be any kind of contest. Espoiled, they're going to lose out big over here. 2 wisdom runes, or rather 2 wisdom shrines going the way of Runa, and this means that Espoiled's supports are going to suffer massively
Radiant structures
just
are
at the level
fortified.
4 mark. Of course, Naga and Wind Ranger are both level 4, but they're very close to their level 5. So it is, at the end of the day, a massive experience boost going for them. Nikki. So far, we haven't exactly seen the Timbersaw make some kind of decisive rotation, but it's actually the Naga Siren who's coming in for that rotation. Purple, though, meanwhile, going to expend his ghost ship on towards the Timber. It's going to latch and it's going to take the Timber down. And Runa, they thought they were coming in for a sneaky little play on Espoiled, but it got turned around. The power shot landing onto Purple, the slow is coming in, and the Stampede to finish the Kunkka off. Runa may have lost their Timbersaw, but they got their revenge, and it doesn't seem like they're going to let Espoiled get away with this. They are going to punish him, the Shadow Demon to fall as well, and additional amounts of damage being dished out on this tier 1 tower. Runa currently are running over Espoiled. Of course, the Morphling is continuing to farm up over on that bot lane, so That's something that Espoiled, I mean, that is their game plan, right? At the end of the day, the morphling is how you're going to come back into this game. Oh, Aztec Core, he just got bursted. Meanwhile, bot side, it seems like Espoiled, they want to make a counter initiation. The disruption, though, it might have actually helped Runa. It might have helped Alberca. Because it allowed the song to come in and it allowed the Centaur Warrunner to just simply walk it off. That was not the disruption play that
Radiant's middle tower is
that
under
Espoiled
attack.
were looking for. A bit of a mistake there as it did cost them that kill, but still at the end of the day they're able to dish out on a lot of damage near this over on this bot side, but it's going to be a trade at the end of the day. Runa will be able to take down their second tower towards this mid side,
Radiant's middle tower is
and
under attack.
for Espoiled, taking down this tier 1 tower bot lane is incredibly necessary right now as their map control is shrinking right now.
Bounty.
Oh, nice little deny there from the disruptor. I wonder if this is going to get punished though. As Timber saw, he is going to go in on towards that disruptor, or rather Shadow Demon, and he's going to take Rota down. So nice little sneaky play from the Shadow Demon, but Ryota, he underestimated Runa's ability to pursue. Quite a few heroes stacking up towards that mid side though. Top lane? A roar to be committed on towards Waste, as this is a solo kill attempt on towards the Templar Assassin, but it's not going to be successful. The stampede coming in from Runa will mean that Templar just runs away. But there's additional forces amassing towards that top side. There's the Kunkka as well as the Phoenix, and the Morphlings TP'd in towards that outpost. There is a smoke, the smoke's going to break, but Shigetsu has not seen this. He's going to make his way towards those Ancients, but now having seen the Kunkka is going to go under the guise of the invisibility, but Runa is here to play with Nikki coming in with Naga Siren as well. There is no song, but Shigetsu is able to hold his ground and finish Ryota off, and the Kunkka who walked in is in a world of trouble, is just going to get stunned down and taken out by Shigetsu for a double kill.
Tower is under attack.
Very nice awareness by Runa. One attempt on towards the Templar, unsuccessful. Espoiled chose to press the issue, but it wasn't what they thought. I mean, it's simply they didn't have enough in their arsenal. There is no way for Espoiled in the current state of the game to be able to take this Templar down or face up against 5 heroes from Runa. Because 1, you have the song, and 2, you have the stampede. Runa have the ability to instantly counter initiate or instantly disengage from the fight, or have that impeccable save, right? You can't chase against that max movement speed unless you have that disruption at the ready, or unless you have the X mark at the ready. And so far, Runa finding another kill. Of course, it is going to be a trade
Radiant's bottom tower
till the end to
is under
fall
attack.
here. But this is worth it, honestly. Espoiled are struggling to counter this aggression out. They're losing on map control. They've lost all 3 of their tier 1 towers, and Queasy has just picked up 4 bounty runes. I can't believe they were just sitting there. Oh man, that's around 250 gold each. That's around 1500 gold going the other way. Waste. Where's that top lane? A roar to start it off on towards till the end. The stampede to come out as well, and the dispel coming in from the illusions means that it's the wasted effort from Espoiled. And now Runa going to go in for that counter initiation. 1 quick kill on towards Ryota, but the ghost ship is coming in from purple. The Naga Siren song is there though, and this means that Shigetsu might be able to back away, but he has the curse of that X mark and the stun from that Centaur. It means that Espoiled may have a chance, but it's folly. As Runa are prepared for this, prepared for any kind of initiation that Espoiled are bringing here. 3-11 right now, and it really seems like no matter what Espoiled throw at Runa, it's not enough. A Desolator up on Shigetsu, and even if you throw the X mark here, this time around though, you do have Snoff coming in, and the Morphling may be the key to taking Shigetsu down. The Templar Assassin falls, and Espoiled managing to recover after being dominated for 14 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
4 and
Dire's structure
11 Alberca looking for that blink in onto the Kunkka Nikki to clean that kill up and perhaps a double, but you do have the dive. At the end of the day,
tower has fallen.
Runa, if they continue playing like this, able to put out pressure wherever they want on the map, it's going to be very difficult for Espoiled to come back. Of course, you do have a Naga Siren kill, but it's Alberca over from that backline, able to clean up the Shadow Demon. The Beastmaster Waste was able to TP away. Espoiled getting the short end of the stick as far as these engagements go. Now, the good thing is, Shigetsu is doing pretty well. He has a Vladimir's up. If he continues to farm, Espoiled do have a way back into this game, as long as Morphling can hit those crucial points. Alberca looking for the blink in. They might even get the Morphling. He was adapting to agility there. Completely caught off guard.
Radiant's
As Snov is going to fall for a third time this game, and Runa are able to identify what their win condition is down to a T. Approaching the 16-minute mark.
bottom tower is under attack.
A disruption and a purge over at that jungle, but it doesn't seem like there's much to be found over here. Alberca is just going to shrug it off. Beastmaster towards that top side. But there is a Timber Saw with a haste rune charging at that Beastmaster. The Stampede to come out as well. Shigetsu on the Templar Assassin. A few strikes will clean the Beastmaster up, and there's just nothing that Espoiled can bring here. Can they actually defend this tier 2 tower? Seems very unlikely without your offlaner. Your Morphling should just continue farming up for now. The only problem is it's only a matter of time before Runa are able to head towards that Roche pit. Meanwhile, near the bot side lane though, Purple is here and it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get the TP out. Yeah, Alberca is probably going to hold his stun here. There's a double edge. There is the Timber Saw chains. One more should do it. And an unstoppable streak for the Timber Saw. This is looking like a bit of a disaster.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
The top tower to fall as well. Shigetsu will clean that one up, and perhaps now they're going to look towards the Roche pit. They have the ultimate Roche fighting capability, right? Because of the fact you have a Naga Siren. If Espoiled choose to contest Roshan, then Naga can just pop the song. But right now the Naga is in a bit of trouble. Till the end, going to use the illusions, but will manage to get the song off. The question is Runa going to come in for that counter initiation? They were certainly thinking about it, but the Centaur wasn't close enough, so they're just going to back away for now. As Espoiled are left to farm up. Purple has that Blade Mill up and ready, and he's not even going for That Radiance, oh, but it's an initiation on towards Akunka. The disruption to momentarily buy him some time, but he will definitely fall. Ryota, the fall as well. 2 heroes down now, and Runa, they have no reason to back away. A stampede to execute, they want it all. They want a full team wipe. The Beastmaster way stuck over here in between 4 heroes. The Morphling has chosen to waveform in, and that's going to spell the death of Swamp over here. There is no way Runa will let this go unpunished. Snuff to fall over here, and potentially a full team wipe for Runa. 18 minutes inside of the base of Espoiled.
Middle tower is under attack.
This is looking like a pretty devastating team, if I'm being honest. I mean, it is a game of confidence at the end of the day, right? Because remember, guys, both of these teams were playing in the Esports World Cup those qualifiers, and they both lost, right? So there is a bit of momentum hit. There is a bit of, you know,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
you do feel disappointed when you do lose out on series, and at the end of the day, it's all about how you collect yourself and how you come back. And right now, Runa, despite the fact that they lost in the close qualifiers, they're seeming like they are the teams who are able to pick themselves up and are able to, you know, shrug their loss off and look to the future, look to forward to their future series. And they're looking pretty strong right now. Queasy in a bit of trouble. Snov is here. You do have the Stampede though, and honestly, there is no chase potential that Espoiled have against this. Nikki
Middle tower
on a
is
monster
under
kill. Snov though, he is ensnared, and Espoiled really need their carry to stay alive over here, but between 4 heroes, this stun duration is too long. You do have the Monster Style and the waveform out, but how far can Snov run over here as he's going the other way in a desperate attempt to save his life, but it's not going to be enough. Snov the fall. Templar Assassin meanwhile took a Tormentor by himself, so that's going to give Naga Siren that shard. And quite a lot of heal going his way. 5% of max HP heal per second while the song is going on. It does mean that
Dire are scanning.
the song isn't... It does mean that now you don't even have to reposition when the song goes off. You can just stand your ground and heal up for those team fights. Purple needs to be very careful here. We'll find the TP out, so there's he's not going to be in any danger. And now the Roche play is happening. Runa inside of the Roche pit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
It seems like Espoiled, they're coming in for a contest, and they might just come in at the right time because Roshan is so incredibly low right now. The Wind Ranger going to get instantly taken out. Perhaps this is the fight that they want, but the egg is going to get taken down in the duration of that song. And now the Ghost Ship to come in, the roar on the Centaur, perk on a fall, and Shigetsu really needs to be careful. There is no way he can contest against the Morphling in this position without the song, without the Stampede, trying to hold his ground. Will be able to take down Waste, but now with Nikki coming in, Espoiled have to get away. Snob is in trouble. Morphling just forced to stand his ground, but a triple kill from Shigetsu will seal this team fight. They may have lost the Aegis, but at the end of the day, Runa come out ahead in that team fight. A 20,000 net worth advantage going their way. 8 and 28 on the kill feed, and they are showing no signs of stopping anytime soon.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has
Oh,
Dire's
an ensnare on towards the Shadow Demon, but it's going to get taken away. The question is Runa going to pursue towards this high ground without the Aegis? That's the big question. But it seems like they want to be making a move towards that tier 2 tower mid-side before they go high ground. And Purple, he's in trouble. They see him, a Shiva's guard, but he's going to instantly activate his BKB and try and TP away. Will be successful, but that's a 9-second BKB that's now on cooldown for a minute and a half. And this will give Runa the space to actually push towards some of these towers, perhaps even go high ground. Because Kunkka Snob was farming for, or rather Purple was farming for his BKB for quite some time there, and he's not going to have it for this incoming fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Nikki, he sees everyone. He's going to go in with that Shivas, but the roar to counter initiate. He's not taking any damage anymore, and this means that Espoiled are going to end up falling here. The loser Beastmaster to start it off. The Phoenix trying to go for that TP will be able to find it, and so far it's only one death, but it's a big one. Because you just used your egg, you just used your roar, and your Beastmaster is down for about 30 seconds. And Runa can choose to pursue, can choose to go towards the high ground to dish out some damage, but they're not thinking about it. They need a juicier kill. They need to at least take this Morphling down. Now, there is a way back for Espoiled. Don't get me wrong. It's not as if they've lost this game already. If this Morphling can find the farm here, it's very difficult, very hard, but there is potential for that. Not to mention their high ground defense is also nothing to scoff at. With a Phoenix and Kunkka and the Morphling, and you have a Shadow Demon as well who can just dish out that Shadow Poison constantly, so it's a pretty good high ground defense. Assuming that your Morphling can stay alive, and assuming that Kunkka is able to maintain his BKB. So far, Runa have been doing a great job, and don't get me wrong, Kunkka, he's doing what the time calls for. He's doing his job, right? Keep the side lanes pushed out with his Tidebringer, and the downside of that is because you're faced up against this kind of lead, you have to use the BKB to essentially TP out. Bot lane, Waste stuck over here, the Stampede to be activated, and it doesn't seem like Waste will be able to make it out of this one. Temporal Assassin slowly closing upon this gap, and Burka's going to go in for a Stampede to finish Waste off. As Shigetsu, will this must strike be enough? Oh, nearly! And the power shot too, but Shigetsu's still going to blink in! And he's going to clean that kill. You really thought the Phoenix
Radiant's middle tower has
received saving grace, not once but twice, but apparently Shigetsu doesn't believe in the saving grace. He's going to end up killing the Phoenix and make his way towards that high ground. Runa now on those doors, looking to break this tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under
The glyph to momentarily push them out. You do have the Phoenix egg, and the Beastmaster is coming online in about 3 seconds. Oh man, that is an amplified damage rune picked up by Nikki. He's heading towards that top side. Is he going to be able to finish the Morphling off? That's a big kill to be found. It's going to be a bit of a disaster for them, as the Morphling doesn't have buyback. You have to defend your base 4v5 without your carry for about 30 seconds, and how are you going to do this, Runa? Are they going to press the issue though? They're just going to back away. Purple, third time in a row, forced to expend that BKB and TP out. 8,000 net worth lead, and there's really not much they can do over here. Runa are so confident they can just continue pressing. This egg might end up just being taken out. The song perfectly placed. It really seems like a Naga is the perfect counter to the Phoenix, and to be honest, two heroes to end up falling. Purple in the midst of all that fray doesn't have that BKB, but you do have that roar, and Shigetsu is in so much trouble. He was forced off the way, but can he hold his ground over here? Way is so close, but yet so far. Morphling to dive forward with that waveform, but it's going to be yet another team wipe. 2 Beyond Godlike streak is going to be too much for Espoiled. They're going to call GG. Have now progressed and are going to be making it, have now 1 game. And I think so they're now 1 game ahead in that best of 3. As I mean, this was a pretty intense game, if I'm being honest. I did not expect Runa to be playing that well. Throughout the early game, they had their objectives, they had their game plan set out right. Able to take a tier 1 tower within 6 minutes is not a joke. It's one of the fastest tier 1 tower pushes that I have seen. Able to collect 2 shrines of wisdom, and then through that able to keep their Templar assassin alive. The stampedes and the songs coming in were absolutely perfectly timed, and it really just seemed like Runa played an overall extremely clean game, and Espoiled, despite having that strategy of the Morphling, who was an incredibly good pick, weren't able to capitalize. They weren't able to farm up or find the kills with their Kunkka or Shadow Demon. At the end of the day, it's how you execute your strategy. Drops, can only get you so far, but that's not it. It might be elimination on the line, but this is a best of 3. Both of these teams have a chance to progress into those playoffs. Of course, Espoiled will need to win the next game if they want to stay in this best of 3 and stay in this tournament. Of course, we will be taking a short break before we come on towards the next series, so stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere, and hope to see you soon.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last series of the day between Espoiled and Runa. Of course, Runa have already won one game, and they looked like a monstrosity, right? Throughout that early game, just dominating Espoiled, and it really seemed like Espoiled were caught off guard with that Naga Siren, underestimating just what kind of value that Naga was bringing to that table. Their Phoenix was absolutely useless in those team fights. Just the Naga would just pop the song and then Runa would just take the Phoenix egg out. So that's why Esport going to go for a first ban on that Naga Siren. They don't want that hero playing up against them. And meanwhile, they should look towards banning out that Templar too. Shigetsu on that Templar played like an absolute beast, able to survive, able to dish out that damage, and hopefully Espoiled. As far as their picks go, there was nothing wrong with their picks. It was, I think, at the end of the day, they should position their bans just a little bit better. Although I didn't expect Espoil's offlane to collapse the way that it did. Playing with a hero like the Beastmaster, you don't expect that lane to go as bad, especially considering the fact that they were playing up against the Naga Siren or as the support, and against the Templar Assassin as the carry. Let's see though. Let's see what Espoiled are going to be changing, and let's see if Runa are going to be consistent in their picks. Let's see if they go for much of the same picks, because it did work out super well for them in the first game. Of course, they are going to ban out that Terrorblade because they don't want to play against Espoil's Terrorblade. Let's see. Espoiled still thinking about their bans, and I'm going to stick to what I said before. They should be looking to ban out that Templar, at least for game number 2. Oh wow, they actually managed to snag up a Batrider pick, and this is going to be interesting. Whether or not this is a mid Batrider or an offlane Batrider, you can always reposition the role of the Batrider as you go. But let's see, Runa. I mean, if they expect a mid lane Batrider, they can go for they can go for something like the Queen of Pain. That Max Shadow Strike does very well against a Batrider. They can even go for something like the Pangolier or even something like the Storm Spirit. All heroes that do reasonably well against a Batrider earlier on. Of course, the later parts of the game is when the Batrider becomes a dominating force. And we even saw a Batrider in game number 1, I believe it was, by Passion Yue playing that Batrider. Passion Yue on that Batrider was were insane. Like, just I didn't expect them to be able to get off so many kills with the lasso. I wonder if Espoiled will be able to do much of the same thing, because if they are, then that could be their way in. Now, they do want more heroes with some burst potential to be able to take out the target, whoever is lassoed up, right? Perhaps even go for a lion position 5, or rather position 4, right? That finger of death on that lasso target just instantly take someone out. You could also go for something like the Lina, but at the end of the day, you can pick yourself the Queen of Pain as well for Espoiled. Just a Sonic Wave, throw the Batrider on that offlane, go for a mid Queen of Pain, and just dish out on absurd amounts of magical and, in fact, pure damage from that Sonic Wave. So that's something that Espoiled can go for. A lot of options. This is what I like about the Batrider pick. It provides you with so many options. Meanwhile, Runa going to go for that Kunkka. It was Espoiled who picked up that Kunkka in game number 1, so it's interesting to see Runa go for that. Perhaps they want to show Espoiled how it's done. Of course, the X mark is a pretty good spell to counter out that lasso, but that's only provided if you're able to use the X mark on your ally before he gets lassoed, or if you see the lasso incoming, or you can even use the X mark on the Batrider if you're quick enough, right? Once the Batrider attaches to a target with that lasso, if you're able to use the X mark, you can bring the Batrider back and then take the Batrider down from that. Of course, in a situation where you have this Kunkka over on that mid lane, he is going to lose against the Batrider. Batrider just does too well against mid lane melee matchups. Let's see. Ancient Apparition picked up by Runa. Again, a hero that does pretty well against the Batrider, to be honest, because it's going to be nearly impossible for the Batrider to find a lasso on the Ancient Apparition because AA naturally plays in the backline, perhaps even not even found near any of those team fights for that Ice Blast increased AoE. So Espoiled are going to have a tough time spotting at this Ancient Apparition, and they've actually banned out the Wind Ranger, so this works for Runa. They're going to go for a Pangolier, so this suggests to me that this is going to be an offlane Batrider. Meanwhile, you have the Pangolier who's going to be going towards the mid lane. Now you can switch it up and send the Pango offlane and the Batrider mid lane, but I don't think it's all that great. Oh wow, a Warlock pick coming out from Espoiled, and this amount of AoE damage is looking pretty terrifying. Right, the Fatal Bonds coupled up with the Firefly coming in from the Batrider, not to mention the Rolling Thunder who's going to be in the Swashbuckle from the Pangolier. It's all going to amount to damage being dispersed towards the entirety of Runa's lineup, and it might prove to be a bit too much, particularly if Espoiled go for a carry, say the Phantom Assassin, right? A hero that does very well with the Warlock. They can even go for something like the Magnus, if I'm being honest, over on their own side. Magnus as a support wouldn't even be all that bad. Not to mention, you can even throw the Magnus down on that carry position. Runa, though, going to go for a Puck. So they see the fact that Espoiled have all of this AoE, but it's AoE that takes a bit of time to stack up, right? And meanwhile, Puck versus the Pangolier, pretty good matchup. You have to send the Kunkka now towards that offlane or even towards that carry position, I would say. But Puck overall, you can dodge the golems, you can exit to teamfight if you get those Fatal Bonds on yourself, and you can even save yourself from the lasso provided you see the Batrider coming. Now the thing is, if Puck does get hit by the lasso, there is no way for the Puck to survive. Extremely low amounts of HP means that Espoiled are going to be able to take this Puck down. But Runa going to invest in additional save. Right, Snowball, if the lasso comes out on your Puck or your AA or your Kunkka, you can essentially just snowball and take the lasso target in, and even you can even snowball towards the Batrider when he comes in with that lasso to stun the Batrider up. So both abilities, or rather the Tusk, very good pick over here. Not to mention one other thing this Tusk offers, though, and this is incredibly important, right, is that you can snowball out of the slow coming in from that Warlock's upheaval, right? And that's going to be incredibly important. Obviously, it's very situation dependent, but if executed correctly by Runa, that could be game changing in those team fights. Of course, Espoiled, going to invest in that high DPS carry that we were expecting. It's not the Phantom Assassin, it's going to be the Swen, but the Cleave coming in, coupled up with the Fatal Bonds from that Warlock. This is, again, Espoil's draft in the previous game as well was really good, right? This time around, it's still good, but it comes down to the execution. So far, Runa are going very heavy on those execute heroes, which are easier to do than compared to Espoiled, I will say. The lasso is a very high risk, high reward ability that if you get the lasso off and you're able to drag the target away, that's great. But if you blink in and you're not able to get the lasso off in time, or you're able to get the lasso off but you're not able to exit the space of Runa, then you're going to get caught out and you're going to die. So, for Espoiled, it's going to be interesting to see how they execute. For Runa, it's very straightforward, right? You can go in with the Puck. You can even start it off with that Kunkka or even the Tusk, right? So a multitude of ways for Runa to initiate in. I wonder though what their game plan is going to be to get through to the armor being provided by the Warcry from the Swan. That's going to be key over here. They do have the option for a Slardar, but that means that this Kunkka has to be a carry. A carry starter doesn't exactly do all that well. Meanwhile, Espoiled going to go for the last ban, and this is interesting because Runa are not expecting this Pango or this Batrider to be on that mid lane, as they're banning out the Ember and they're banning out that Void Spirit. So I wonder what they think this Pangolier is going to be, where this Pangolier is going to be going. I mean, there is a world where this Pangolier is the offlane and the Batrider is a support, I will say, but I would expect this Pangolier and this Batrider to both be cores. But let's see. Last ban for Espoiled, and they are banning out carry, so they do not expect this Kunkka to be a carry. Let's see what they end up going for. Going to ban out that Slark, and they're going to pick up a Bristleback. So again, a Bristleback can be a support, but again, all of these heroes from Espoiled, they're better situated as cores. Of course, you can't have 4 cores, so you're most likely, probably this Batrider is a support, right? And your Pangolier and Bristleback are going to be your cores. I don't think a support Pangolier is all that viable in the current meta. Meanwhile, Runa looking for their last pick. Is it going to be a carry like Espoiled are expecting? Of course, Runa were thinking that the last pick for Espoiled is going to be a mid laner, but I don't think a mid lane Bristleback is the way that they're going to go about it. However, for Runa, what carry are they going to be going for? The Ursa and the Slark have been banned out, and they're going to go for that Abaddon, a very nice hero because you can essentially just dispel the fatal bonds. You can also dispel the slow from that upheaval and much of the stacks coming in from that Bristleback. And in fact, it is going to be a core Pangolier and a core Bristleback, and it's going to be a support Batrider. Meanwhile, a carry Abaddon, I believe. Yeah, it is going to be Shigetsu on that Abaddon. Meanwhile, Nikki on that puck. So overall, very clean draft, but I would say from both of these sides. I would imagine that there was probably a better carry to be found, but Runa, I would say this is pretty much a safe pick for Runa. I mean, of course, they only need one more game to end up winning, but the win condition for both of these teams appear to be the exact same, right? Find pickups, find farm, get kills, push objectives, and win the game. I mean, I make it sound very simple and straightforward, more than the complexity of the game will demonstrate. But at the end of the day, both of these lineups have that. They don't exactly have too many greedy heroes for either side, save for Shigetsu and Snov, who are going to be farming up. But apart from that, it's pretty straightforward, right? Now the thing is, there is a lot of pressure on the puck, and there's a lot of pressure on the Batrider to be getting those pickoffs up. I have a feeling that whoever is able to find those pickoffs in the early to mid game is going to come out ahead, right? Is going to have more resources and more map control at their disposal, and that just ultimately means that should they have more map control, they'll be able to farm up more on their own carry and then take the game from there. Of course, one thing that we have yet to consider is the fact that you have a Swen, right? A Swen versus an Abaddon. The Swen just does so much damage. The cleave coming in is going to be very disastrous. And in the situation where you have a Daedalus up on your Swen or extremely high amounts of damage, right? Shigetsu might, in a very wild scenario, might end up dying before he can proc his borrowed time. I wonder if we'll get to see that. It's very unlikely, I will say. Since Shigetsu is the carry, he should have enough farm and enough sustain to not allow that to happen. But let's see. Four-man smoke from Espoiled very, very early on. Reminiscent of the previous game, but neither side actually found anything. I remember the Shadow Demon was very low previously from Espoiled, but he ended up actually surviving. Now both teams actually going to go for a smoke. I wonder if this time around Runa will be able to find that kill, because they are wrapping around towards that top side and they will make their way towards that Swen. Nikki meanwhile will break the smoke of Espoiled, and the Swen over on the top side. Unfortunately, the ice shards did not latch on towards the Swen, so that means he should be just exiting to safety, as Runa will be able to secure 2 bounty runes. I thought they could have gotten the third, but 2 and 2 each, very even. This time around, Espoiled will be able to make their way towards the lane without taking any damage, so that's it should be a more even laning phase than the previous game. A Puck versus the Pangolier, very stable matchup. Neither side has a lot of killing potential. I don't expect a kill to be happening there. Both sides should be able to farm. Their first items, of course, will be crucial. Meanwhile, bot lane, the Abaddon plus the Ancient Apparition. Now, I don't think Ryota will be able to run down Shigetsu with his Firefly, because you have the Aphotic Shield. At the end of the day, you can, if you have that Hard Dispel, then you're going to be safe. It's the Ancient Apparition, it's still the end who has to be the one to survive in this laning phase, and he's going to face the brunt of most of these napalm stacks, probably going to face the brunt of Waste's aggression later on in the laning phase, but Shigetsu should be comfortable farming up. I don't see how this Abaddon will be zoned out, so at the end of the day, for both of these sides over on this off lane, Waste will be able to farm on his Bristleback, and Abaddon will be able to farm on his carry position. So it'll end up working for, I believe, both of those heroes. Ryota still level 1, but those are a lot of napalms, sticky napalm stacks till the end. Going to take a lot of damage. He's on 9 stacks right now. Is going to get shielded up, and those stacks are going to be dispelled. So this is the tricky thing for Ryota. Not too much to be found here. You can dish out on all of those napalm stacks, but at the end of the day, till the end is going to be more than fine as long as he sticks close to his Abaddon. Meanwhile, mid lane, the Pangolier surprisingly is able to find more CS compared to Nikki, as he was able to zone the Puck out, and it's going to be fine for both of those mid laners as well. It's going to be a static game, I will say, for both of these teams. It's the top side that might have a bit of action, might have a bit of trouble, as you do have 2 setups from Alberca as well as Queasy on that Tuskar, or rather the Tusk. Right, so nice 2 little setups. Either started off with the Ice Shard and Snowball, or either started off with the X Mark. Either one is going to be fine, and we might even see a situation where Alberca chooses to max out on that Tidebringer, because you might not need the X Mark early on. Oh, the boss side is going to be first blood going for Ryota. Of course, he will end up being traded out, but that's very well worth it if you're Espoiled. Able to take down that Ancient Apparition, despite of the fact that Abaddon was there, and Waste is not, unfortunately, not going to be able to chase because the creeps did block his exit out. Three minutes, and I believe the Lotus on that top side went towards Runa.
You get nothing.
Very static early game. Of course, the Puck is still struggling in terms of last hits. I would have expected that once you have more levels coming up, you should be able to get more last hits, just because of the fact you can spam out your illusory orb. But it's not happening the way that I expected. Puck's just at 13 last hits compared to the 22 of the Pangolier. And Espoiled are having a better mid lane, I will, compared to Runa. Perhaps even a better off lane, because they did manage to get that first blood. The swashbuckle, I mean, that is an incredibly annoying ability. The 6-minute... Oh, bot side. Again, another kill to be found, but this time around it's going to be Waste to fall, and I'm not too sure if that kill is all that worth it, because you did end up losing your offlaner. And Waste really needs his farm. You really need that frontline ability for Espoiled. Kunkka to TP away. As Snov sitting on about 26 last hits, but now towards that bot lane, Shigetsu does have that aphotic shield, and with the dust coming in, it looks like Runa will be able to turn it around on towards Ryota and perhaps even on towards that Bristleback. Waste, if he falls over here, he's going to go for a walk of shame all the way back to the lane, as he does not have a teleport.
Yes. Haha.
Espoiled really losing out on their offlane. I mean, they had the better start, they had the first blood, but now it seems like their top lane is also going to collapse as Tusk is here on towards Snov. Aztekor trying his very best, but it's just not going to be enough, and he might end up being the next target as well, as they're looking to chase. Alberca has those phase boots, so with that movement speed, they should be able to run down that Warlock for a double kill on Alberca. And this is looking bad for Espoiled. Purple is here though. Can he find a return kill here? Activating his Rolling Thunder. The teleport from Snov is coming in too. Where's the Stormhammer? There it is, as Purple and Snov are both on this Kunkka. And the Swashbuckle to finish it off. Alberca will end up falling, so at least Espoiled finds some kind of return there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
6 and 3. I will say that this time around they're doing a much better job at trading out. They're not completely collapsing on all of these lanes. The Tusk Queasy is positioning himself across all. He was at bot lane first, then he went towards the top side, and now he's at the bot lane again for some rotations, for some kills till the end. Oh, that freeze, but it was just not enough. Ryota will find the kill. The Ancient Apparition ticked out.
Dire are scanning.
And approaching the 7-minute mark, will Tusk actually steal the Shrine of Wisdom? He will. Runa, twice in a row. In the previous game, they did it in a much more aggressive fashion. This time around, they simply just walked over to the Shrine of Wisdom, and this is going to hurt Espoiled quite a bit. You really want that lasso coming online as soon as possible, but without it, it's going to be a bit troublesome. Queasy will of course end up falling here. He didn't find that snowball, or rather Shigetsu didn't feel comfortable going all in, particularly as he did see that Warlock coming in. But now 6 and 5. The more worrisome thing is the lack of experience for this Batrider and for the Warlock, who are very much ultimate reliant. You want your Golem to come online as quickly as possible, and you also want your Lasso to come online as quickly as possible, and neither of those things are going to be happening this game. So for Runa, they have the start that they wanted. Now it's all up to the Puck to be making those initiations. We still have yet to see a Dream Coil come out.
A little something extra for the effort.
Dream Coil, there it is. And the Warlock is going to end up falling. It's not the biggest kill, and perhaps Espoiled might actually find a return. There's no lasso, but there is the Rolling Thunder on towards the Tusk. Queasy is going to end up losing his life. Nikki will be forced to jaunt away, but the Ancient Apparition, he doesn't have any such ability. He has no tools to help him survive. A Swashbuckle and a few swipes as Purple finds himself a double kill, doing very well for himself. He might be the key for Espoiled to stay in the series, as he is currently 3 and 0 right now. Ryota was able to stack up on a lot of experience too. He's sitting at about level 5, so he should have his lasso online in the next few minutes. As Espoiled have managed to even the kill feed out. Abaddon to TP from that outpost. It looks like they want a kill over here. They see the Swen and they're going to chase forward. Snob has activated his ultimate, the God Strength, the Cleave, the Ghost Ship to come in though is going to mean that Snob ends up falling. But now Espoiled, they're in a world of trouble. Ryota is going to end up dying to the Tidebringer, and Purple maybe having had a great game, but he's forced to just back away. Thought about going back in, but that's not where you want to be. Is Shigetsu going to pursue this? Doesn't have the ultimate. It was used. Puck though. Nikki
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
picking himself up that arcane rune. He has the Oblivion Staff, so very close to his Witchblade. Should be getting it in the next few minutes. Meanwhile, topside, Queasy going to snowball backward, but not going to be exiting that one. Ryota to pick up that kill, and I wonder how much experience Ryota needs for his ultimate. He's just shy about 200 experience, so he should be getting it in a creep wave or two, and it's going to be interesting what he can do with that lasso. Of course, Warlock is going to be receive the short end of the stick because he didn't get the Shrine of Wisdom. He's just at the level 4 mark. It's going to be a while, at least the next 4 minutes, where he won't be having his ultimate. So, and Espoiled will have to play without that one. Bot lane. Snob has TP'd here too. You have a Swen, you have all 3 of your melee cores positioned towards this bot lane, but Runa is coming in with their Puck and their Tusk. Can they find the lasso there towards that backline? Or rather, can they find the coil there towards that backline? Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to do so. Ryota does have the lasso now. Queasy stuck inside of that lasso and is going to get taken out. You have Purple here, who's going to pick himself up a 4th kill, a dominating streak for the Pangolier, and Nikki hasn't had the same success. Nikki's only been engaged in one fight where he used that Dream Call to get the kill on that Warlock, but apart from that, doesn't exactly have too much. But he does have the Witchblade coming in, so that is going to be a massive power spike for the Puck, and that should allow him to rotate more and get more pickoffs, even perhaps get a solo kill off if he catches some of the supports out on Espoiled.
Regeneration.
9-9. Espoiled doing a great job and managing the kill feed, but keep in mind, most of these kills have been at the back of trades or at the back of Purple having an outstanding game with that Rolling Thunder, and he has that Diffuser Blade up, but we have yet to see Espoiled being the ones to make a move. We have yet to see Espoiled going for some of these objectives, which was a bit of a which was a bit lacking from their end in game number 1-2. As Runa, they're preparing to make their move. I wonder who they're going to go for. They do see the Warlock, or rather they do see Ryota. Are they going to be going in? Now, Espoiled is prepared towards those backlines too, with that Rolling Thunder being primed. There it goes, and the Golem to drop as well. Nikki is caught off guard. The lasso to catch Takumka as well, as it might be 2 deaths coming in. The teleport out, will it be successful? He actually makes it out of all of that. Of course, at the end of the day, it's still going to be 2 kills going the way of Espoiled. This time around, they baited Runa in, and were very successful.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nikki just was completely caught off guard with that initiation. Impressive map awareness coming in from Espoiled. They need more of this. Shigetsu charging forward, but Purple managing to pick himself up that invisibility rune. The Golem is going to fall to Nikki, who's going to snag that one up. That is a bit of a decent goal going his way. Shigetsu still a few, I believe it's 50 or 100 gold away from his Radiance. Actually, it's on the way to the courier now, and that mischance is going to work wonders against the Swen, and is going to amplify his farming speed as well significantly, so he should be rising in the network chart. Meanwhile, topside, Espoiled finding themselves another prize, but this time around, Purple, he's not able to get off his ultimate, he's going to end up falling. He was hit by the Ice Blast as Burka to clean that kill up. That is a major win for Runa, as they're going to find Azikor here too. They thought, Espoiled really thought they had the upper hand there, but the Pangolier was a bit too slow at activating the ultimate, just got chain locked there with that torrent coming in too. And now Runa should be able to dish out some damage on this tier 1 tower. Of course, Pangolier is respawning, and he's going to TP towards this mid lane. They really want to defend this. They don't have their golem up, but they do have the Swen at the ready.
Dire are scanning.
They have the Echo Saber on the Swen, so it's not as if he's defenseless. He can choose to commit to some of these team fights. What I'm more interested in is if they're going to be going for a Blink Dagger on the Swen, or if Swen is going to continue farming up for some damage dealing items. Ideally, the Blink Dagger should be the way to go about it. Meanwhile, bot lane, it seems like Runa are doing a bit of baiting themselves, but it's not towards that. Topside is towards the topside river. But unfortunately, Nikki, not having a great game, is going to end up falling before he's able to do anything here. The lasso from Ryota time and time again has caught Runa off guard, and it's only going to get worse from here, as he has the Blink Dagger up and ready.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
16 minutes now, and Espoiled, I will have to give credit to them. They are doing a great job at in game number 2. They really seem like they have turned things around. But now Purple, he does have the short, so he was able to get off his Rolling Thunder, and he might end up running away. He might end up safe actually, as Waste is going to come in for this counter initiation. You do have Snov, who's holding his Storm Hammer for now. It's going to unleash it on the Tusk, but doesn't Espoiled really want to fight into this one? Turns out they do, with Purple coming back in towards that tower, but unfortunately it's just not enough firepower. Snov is going to be the one to fall. Runa may have lost 2 supports, but they have found the very nice kill on towards Espoild's carry. But now it's just the 2 of them to fend for themselves against the 4 of Espoiled. Shigetsu doesn't have the borrowed time. Can he actually take anyone down over here? Doesn't seem like it. The Tidebringer though will be enough for Alberca to come back in. But Espoiled able to survive that team fight on the brink of death. Ryota on about 10 HP. Waste on about 10 HP, and I wonder if Kunkka didn't leave his Abaddon there for those 5 seconds, if this fight would have gone completely different. We saw Kunkka exit the teamfight and abandon the Abaddon because he thought the fight was lost, but Shigetsu had way more left inside of him despite the fact he didn't have the ultimate. So if Kunkka stayed for that additional Tidebringer earlier on, that would have given the Abaddon much more survivability. That might have been the difference maker for Runa to come out significantly ahead in that team fight, but it's very hard to predict in the heat of things. It might have just been a situation where, you know, there was no clear way out, so might as well have tried to save her life. Oh wow, I didn't expect this chase to work out. Azikor to fall Queasy to get that kill. Mid lane, 14 and 16 so far, neck and neck even between both of these teams. Even the team fights, even the pickoffs. Espoiled really bringing their A game for game number 2. They're not going to exit this tournament without a fight. They're going to take the fight to the Kunkka. 3 heroes on Alberca, and he is going to end up dying here. One more hit of the Rolling Thunder, but he's actually juking it out. As 2 heroes, Without the Rolling Thunder, it does seem like they're going to call it a draw, but Nikki has other plans. Espoiled were punishing Nikki earlier, but now it's the Fairy Dragon to play, as he's going to be able to take down Aztekor. Or maybe Shigetsu will take down No, it's going to be Nikki. It's going to be Nikki.
Of yours may be full of erroneous information.
Nikki finding, I mean, it's a nice comeback. He has the Blink Dagger, and this Blink Dagger should enable his survivability even more. I do expect the puck to be going for that Eel Scepter for that additional survivability. Not only for himself, but for some of his allies, right? Eels is very good against the Batrider. As soon as he blinks in, if you're able to use the Eels on the Batrider before he gets the lasso off, it allows you to reposition in those team fights and take the Batrider down when he comes back to the ground. But I wonder if Runa is going to be going for that strategy. Alberca has okay, again, this is the second series, by the way, of today where we have a dual Radiance build. It was Passion Yue who did it earlier, and it's Runa who are doing it right now, with a Radiance on their Kunkka and a Radiance on their Abaddon. But still, we can't really say who's, in fact, super ahead in this game. I know the net worth lead is 4,000, but that might change. Remember, the power spikes coming in from Espoiled Swen are much stronger than the power spikes coming. Seems like they want to be initiating, or rather poking at the bear here, poking at Espoiled, instigating them to commit further ahead. I wonder if this will work out. Now, there is no BKB on this Swen, there is no God's Strength, no Rolling Thunder, and no Lasso. Espoiled just have the Golem to play with, and this means that Runa is going to be more than comfortable with throwing Shigetsu forward. Pangolier, Nikki just going to TP out, and it's very, you know, Nikki has impressed me quite a bit this game on his Pangolier. He is the sole reason why Espoiled made it out of that laning phase in one piece. He had a dominating streak by the end of the laning phase, and these TP outs against Kunkka is no easy feat. Meanwhile, as soon as I was praising. Oh, sorry, I meant Nick. I actually meant Purple. Yeah, and I was praising Purple, but actually it turned out that was the wrong thing, because I might have given him a bit of the Coster Curse. But still, doesn't change the fact that Purple on this Pangolier has had an amazing game so far. Aztekor, is he going to get the TP out? He actually will. That's unexpected. Shigetsu doesn't exactly have a lot of damage output because he did go for that Monta style. We are going to come to a bit of a pause, and interesting timing for a pause, because if you look at the kill feed, it's 19 and 19 right now, neck and neck even between both of these teams. But there is a big difference, and it's not the net worth. It's actually the map control. You see, all of these engagements, even Espoiled's engagements, outside of the laning phase, have been near their base, have been either in their jungle or in their triangle, never on Runa's territory. And Runa have done a great job at taking these objectives down, have done a great job at obtaining map control for themselves. And I mean, at the end of the day, it's an objective-based game. So Runa are, in my opinion, significantly ahead right now, even if their team fighting ability isn't as strong, or even isn't as strong to fully team wipe Espoiled. They're still in a better position. Of course, this first Roshan is going to be very key for both of these teams. I don't think either team is going to let this go, and I think there's going to be a very heavy contest in that Roche pit, right? You do have the Rolling Thunder, you have the Lasso. Meanwhile, for Runa, you have the Ice Blast, you have the Dream Call. So both teams have lineups that are designed to fight inside of that Roche pit, and I fully expect both of them to go for a contest. In the meanwhile, though, Runa are going to be very happy dishing out damage on this tier 2 tower, and so far Espoiled, they aren't grouping up to defend this. Are they really going to let this go? Turns out they are.
Dire's middle tower
Again,
has fallen.
it seems like Espoiled don't like objectives. And it seems like Runa have that clear plan on those objectives. And as soon as they take the tier 2 tower, they're going to be heading inside of that Roche pit. And Espoiled, surely they know this. The Swen Snov is TPing towards that bot lane. And they need to make their way towards the Roshan pit. It's not the fastest Roche, but it's not incredibly slow either. And Espoiled really need to be faster with this. Going for that smoke, they might be able to make it in time. The Rolling Thunder being charged up, just waiting for a bit of information. Now that he knows that they are there, the Rolling Thunder is going to be activated momentarily. The borrowed time was activated very early on, and Snob actually managed to take the Aegis. And now with this Runa, they're going to be in big trouble over here. The Bristleback to run down till the end on that Ancient Apparition, but Shigetsu has different plans. He wants to be facing up against the Bristleback. Meanwhile, Nikki was able to survive on the edge of his life, and both teams are able to disengage. Of course, Nikki will end up dying anyway, so it's a 1-for-1 with Espoiled coming out ahead because they took out Runa's mid laner, and in fact were able to take carries, to take a tower. And now Runa going to go back in. They've actually managed to take Snov's Aegis down. This was Espoiled were supposed to be prepared for this. How could they let their carry die like that? And now, though, with the Snov coming back online with that Aegis, they're going to be going in on towards Runa, able to take 2 heroes down. But again, a great win for Espoiled, but it could have been better. They should have kept or held on towards that Aegis, because at the end of the day, that Aegis is what allows them to take more objectives.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
26 minutes in, and for the first time, Espoiled have actually managed to take the kill feed in their favor. 22 kills to their name, and remember, this was a 7,000 net worth lead in favor of Runa, and now it's just down to 1,000. So for Runa, if they want to stay in this game, or actually if they want to create a meaningful lead for themselves, they have to play this a bit better. The God's Friend though, Snob waiting for the lasso, there it is, but the Batrider was stunned up, but Nikki, he was instantly stunned after that blink, is going to end up losing his life, and Alberta is going to be the second one to fall over here. Ryota might have ended up dying, but Runa, it seems like they want to punish this, despite the fact that they don't have 2 of their cores. They're trying to stack up against the God Strength. That is a folly attempt at this maneuver. Snob, borrowed time activated, and they're just going to run circles around Shigetsu, who is trying to make his way out, going to go through the gate, and probably going to find... Oh, he doesn't actually have a TP. He doesn't have a TP. He is going to be running on the opposite side, or rather towards the opposite side.
Radiant are
But he's the
standing.
only one to come out of that fight unscathed, and this is a bit troublesome. Remember, a while ago, I was mentioning how, and this is entirely natural, right? In a Dota game, certain heroes have stronger power spikes as the game goes on, and Abaddon doesn't scale as well compared to the Swen, and that's just what we're seeing right now. Shigetsu tries his very best inside of those team fights to dish out that physical damage, but at the end of the day, you have a Swen who has the Harpoon available, has the God Strength, has the BKB, has everything in his arsenal to dish out more damage. And we've all seen how Nikki absolutely collapses, right? It takes 2 hits from Snov to take the puck down. And really, Runa need to do something to adjust for this. Nikki really needs to position much better. He's gone for that Parasma, so he didn't end up going for that use, which in my opinion would have been the difference maker. It would have allowed him to stay alive in those team fights a lot longer. Just use up and then blink out, or use up and then go towards your phase shift. It's a
Radiant's
guaranteed
top tower is under
escape,
attack.
but he's chosen to amplify his magical damage. And so far from Runa, I don't think it's their damage that they're lacking. I think it's survivability. Nikki dies as soon as the team fight starts. Shigetsu doesn't have the time or the space to come into the team fight, and it's very hard for you. It's very hard for the carry to be expected to be at the front line at all times. Shigetsu going to be revealed by Aztekor, but with this, it seems like Runa, they want to be going in for a team fight. Ryota is positioned here, the God Strength to be activated, and a lasso on towards the Kunkka. He's going to melt over here. Alberto, though, he does have some survivability, able to get off his ghost ship in time, but it's not going to matter. Two heroes are now down by Runa, and Nikki just being tooled around with by Purple. Squeezy is going to be the third one to fall with just 2 hits. A triple kill for the Swen, and it really seems like Runa, they don't have the survivability. They don't exactly have the way into these team fights that I expect. (21 and 29 now), and the lead that Runa had in the mid game, or in the early to mid game, the 7,000 lead that they had is now held by Espoiled, and it really doesn't seem like they're going to slow down. Swen is only going to get stronger as time goes on. They really need to have that perfect initiation from Runa if they want to have a chance of staying in this game. They need to start it off. Anytime that Espoiled can start off with their lasso is when they are going to come out ahead. There's simply no way to survive against the lasso, because the lasso is always going to be followed up with the God Strength cleave, and the Swen, because of his damage, is just going to take down the lasso target every single time. For Runa to come out ahead in a team fight, they need to start it off with that ghost ship. They need to start it off with that dream call, something that has been sorely missing from Nikki. This time around, though, they might have that perfect start. Ryota, the Batrider to fall very early on, and they have a clear target. It is waste on that Bristleback. They can't allow the Bristleback to run. You do have the rest of Runa who are closing in the gap. Nikki is going to come in, waiting for that dream call. The snowball is going to land. There's a dream call. There's the ice blast. They're throwing everything on his Bristleback, but Snuff to come in with that cleave for that counter initiation. He's going to take down that Tuskar, the Rolling Thunder to pop as well. A double kill for that Swen. Aztekor, nowhere to go right now, is going to get cleaved down for a triple kill by Snuff, and now is just down to the 2, Nikki and Shigetsu. What can you make happen over here? Snuff blinking towards that low ground will be able to clean the puck off. The teleport from the Abaddon is going to be successful. That might have been a rampage. And yet, even once again, Runa, despite of the fact that they got the perfect initiation, able to take the Batrider down from the get-go, able to take the Bristleback down, it turns out it was still not enough. And at that point, you have to wonder, what can Runa do? The only answer to that is if they are able to initiate the way that they did on towards the Swen. If they can chain stun the Swen, and I use the Ice Blast, just burst the Swen down, that is going to be the key to win some of these team fights, because currently it seems like there's just so much damage coming out from Snov that Runa are collapsing under the pressure to respond. They simply don't have the time to think in those team fights when that cleave comes in. Not to mention the positioning from Runa isn't exactly ideal either, because there is a way to play against the cleave. It's simple. You don't stick together for the cleave. It's as simple as that. But again, in those narrow corridors, it's very hard. It's almost as if Espoiled are choking Runa down to that narrow space where Snov can come in for that cleave, right? It seems very well set up, very well executed, and I do think that Espoiled are capable of that kind of planning and strategy because they have been doing it since the early game. We all saw it near the tier 2 tower where they baited Runa in and took them down.
Your shrine has fallen to the dark.
And this time around, it's going to be Espoiled with that free Aegis.
I have bunting for you.
Radiant are scanning.
A smoke by Runa.
Radiant are scanning.
This is getting a bit desperate now from their side. They are itching, they are desperate for some kind of glimmer of hope, some kind of silver lining, some pick off that on a core of Espoiled to propel their way back into this game. But can it happen for them? This time around, they do have their initiation on towards the Swen, but he does have that Aegis, even if he goes down once. But the Rolling Thunder is doing so much damage. The borrowed time to activate, the Ancient Apparition has fallen down, and the slow coming in from the upheaval. Now, Runa have nowhere to go right now. The Kunkka to TP out of this fight will be successful. As Nikki is trying to take the Swen down, will use the Dream Coil to expend that Aegis. So Espoiled, at least, were able to hold on towards their Swen, despite of the fact that Runa blew everything on that Swen. $24 and $35 right now, 15,000 of a net worth lead, and look at the Swen's items, an overwhelming blink. He has a Sanj and Yasha, and once he gets that Satanic taking him down, it's going to be much harder. Oh no. You look stunned indeed, Nikki. 3 hits. That was 3 hits from the Swen. 1700 damage within 1.6 seconds. Of course, you do have the Echo Saber, so that goes into it as well. But just too much for Runa to handle. Without their puck, they can't defend this tower either.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
$18,000. I mean, as every time I glimpse at the net worth lead, it just seems to increase by a couple of thousand. No Aegis up for Espoiled, and Runa really need to be careful, but it seems like they want to be initiating in. This time on towards that Pangolier, but he was able to get his shard off, able to get the Rolling Thunder off, and a lasso on that backline holding the Tuskar in place, who's just going to end up TPing out. So far, Runa haven't lost anything, but it's soon to change. Still, the end is going to get chased down, but it's only the Ancient Apparition to lose his life from what was a very risky maneuver by Runa.
Radiant's middle tower.
Again, not the worst thing in the world, but they really are testing their own limits here. That was an amplified damage rune up on purple, and that things could have gone horribly wrong for them.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Is it towards the high ground now? The Golem is up there. The Swen isn't though. Snov is all the way back towards that mid lane. The Golem to expire. It seems like the target is in fact the mid lane of tower. A nullifier readied up by Shigetsu. But despite of having all of this, Abaddon doesn't deal as much damage. That's the problem. Of course, a nullifier should help him out. The Basher is there as well. But compared to the damage being given out by this God Strength, Snov is just too big of a monster to contend with. Perhaps this ain't Abaddon. Perhaps Shigetsu should look forward towards creating an Aghanim Scepter. That might be the key. Might provide that buffer for his team, but so far it's for the first time, or rather not the first time, for quite a while now, Runa has been on the back foot, but now they're looking to defend their tier 2 tower, which I'm not sure if it will work out for them. Towards that mid lane though, they did manage to clean waste up. Once again, throwing everything they have on towards one of these cores to take them out. The problem is the only reason that was successful was because no one else from Espoiled were there. It seems like every time Espoiled are in the position to counter initiate, Runa's attempts at throwing everything you have and blasting one hero aren't successful. So you have bought yourself up a minute of time, but now as Espoiled have activated the Rolling Thunder, making their way on towards Nikki, who got lassoed, but he was able to make it out over here, is going to be able to dodge that Storm Hammer too, and now the Swin TPing himself out means that Espoiled are going to be forced to disengage, forced to run back. Will be able to do so. But again, despite of the fact that this net worth lead is 16,000 in favor of Espoiled, you can really tell the amount of pressure that they're faced up against, right? One wrong team fight, one death by Snov will mean the game turns on its head, and that's not what Espoiled wants. Remember, guys, this is elimination. Whichever team loses this series, and that means if Espoiled lose this game and if Runa win this game, is going to be eliminated from the tournament.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
$25 and $37. Meanwhile, towards that top side, it seems like a teleport out is going to be the play, because it might have gotten a bit dangerous for the Pangolier. Till the end has that Ghost Scepter. There is no nullifier as far as I can see over on the side of Espoiled. The dangerous thing is that Batrider now has an Aghanim Scepter, and you know what that means? It's a double lasso. So if the Runa really need all of their lineup to fight in these team fights, but with a double face up against a double lasso, not too sure how Runa are expected to fight. They really do need to start off with their initiation, or there's going to be no hope for them.
Radiant are scanning.
Espoiled smoked up.
Dire are scanning.
Not really going to find anything.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
"42 minutes in, and you have to wonder what Espoiled are waiting for. And of course, the obvious answer to that is probably Roshan. They want another Aegis, possibly pick up the banner and the cheese, and even perhaps a refresher shard to be going on that high ground. But in fact, they're going to go for another smoke. They tried the top lane with that 5-man smoke last time around. Now they're going to try the bot lane, but we might actually end up seeing a full-on clash in that jungle as Snov marching forward. Both side smoke is going to be broken, but Snov is actually going to TP back, and by doing this, the Batrider is going to be in so much trouble. He's going to end up falling, but the cleave to come in from Snov, and we saw it. Abaddon unable to use the borrowed time. Runa is going to collapse over here. 4 heroes are going to end up falling. The Puck may be the only one to make it out alive, but the same can't be said for the rest of his team.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Remember, guys, when I talked about how Snov can cleave through the borrowed time before it activates, I wasn't actually fully serious. I more meant of it as a joke, you know, like, haha, that could happen. But the fact that it did happen really suggests to me that this game may just be over. As Espoiled, after wiping out 4 heroes, are just going to make their way towards Roshan. Bristleback to carry that Aegis. Snuv has decided that he doesn't even need it,
Top tower has fallen.
as he has a Satanic up and ready. And now Espoiled have everything that they could possibly want to be going for this high ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
After taking the tier 2 towers down, of course.
Radiant's middle tower.
That tier 2 tower towards that boss side has no HP. Has literally no HP. Might as well deny it, but it is giving a bit of vision. It is giving a bit of forward push to those creeps, and not to mention you don't want your tier 3s to be exposed like that. At least from one lane. But now is the time to go. Waste with that Aegis is going to stack up towards that front line. Has a nullifier, but there's the dual lasso on towards it happening and Alberca. But the problem is, Batrider might just end up falling over here, but it's in fact Runa who are in trouble. A buyback on that ancient apparition. Tusko to buy himself some time through that snowball, but Alberca seeing so much damage. It really seems like Runa are in a desperate attempt to disengage from this fight. But the problem is, Espoiled are not going to allow it. A triple kill for Snuv. Ancient apparition to go for that dieback, and Espoiled, they're near the fountain over here and fighting over here once more. The Abaddon to fall, and it's probably all over. There is no more buyback, and Espoiled are just going to make their way towards that throne, and Runa have no choice but to throw in that GG call. Runa and Espoiled are going to be going for that game 3, and what a comeback by Espoiled. I mean, this is what they really needed to do. Play a much better overall clean game. Hats off to the Batrider to find those pickoffs, really keeping them in the game, and not to mention the Pangolier from Espoiled was the MVP, no doubt about it. He might not have had the damage output that Snuv did later on, but he is the reason that Espoiled came out of that early game intact. He is the reason by finding all of those pickoffs that Snob was able to get that farm. He created that space for them. But of course, guys, that was just game number 2. It is currently 1-1. Whoever wins that next game will be going to the playoffs. Whoever loses is going to be exiting this tournament. I wish the best of luck to both teams. May the better team win. Of course, before that, we will head on to a short break. Welcome back, everyone. It is a high pressure environment right now as Espoiled and Runa are currently 1-1, and this is the moment that decides it all for both of these teams. Who goes home and who proceeds to those playoffs between both of these sides. Of course, Runa had the very decisive game number 1 where they rolled over Espoiled, but game number 2 was very different because Espoiled changed things up. They prepared themselves and were able to trade a lot better. They had a lot of losses in the early game, but they managed to stack those, managed to negate the pressure from those losses by their mid laner getting all sorts of these kills, by Snov coming in online as well. So I am very optimistic about this game number 3 in the sense that I don't think that it's going to be a stomp. I do think that both of these sides are going to be bringing everything they have on the table, and I expect a very back and forth game. Of course, I say that as a caster because I love to cast back and forth games. I love to cast, stomps are not that much fun to cast, but back and forth games, they're really fun. Of course, Espoiled going to go for that same strategy of banning out that Naga Siren. Meanwhile, Runa going to ban out that Batrider. We all saw what that Batrider can do, and I believe even in game in the first series with Passion UA, that Batrider was just overall too good. The hero just means that when you pair the hero up with a high DPS, physical DPS hero, it's it's almost always a guaranteed kill in the lasso. So Espoiled won't have that one, so let's see what they actually have to offer, or let's see what they're going to be bringing for us apart from the Batrider. And it was the support Batrider too, which is very surprising, right? Batriders now, I believe, in the meta, because of the change to the sticky napalm, are very good on that core position. Support's not that great, but still. Espoiled, they're going to go in for a Kunkka. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Kunkka in this particular series has lost both of the games, right? Espoiled went for the Kunkka in the first game, they lost. Then Runa went for the Kunkka in the second game, and then they ended up losing. But Espoiled are pretty confident that this hero can carry them through to the playoffs, as they're going to be picking themselves up the Tidebringer, or rather the Pirate. And okay, I just realized, because I called Kunkka a pirate as a hero, he doesn't have an eye patch. This is the most non-stereotypical pirate ever, right? I feel like Valve should add that one in. The eye patch, I feel like the hero is incomplete without it. But let's see what Runa's first pick is going to be, and it's going to be the Death Prophet. Oh man, it's been a while since I've seen this one, and the Death Prophet against the Kunkka, I'm not exactly too sure about this, because Kunkka is a natural blade mail builder, or rather Kunkka now is a hero that everyone builds a blade mail on, right? And that exorcism, once it comes out, even though those spirits are going to be harming the Death Prophet as well. So let's see how Runa are able to position this Death Prophet and what they actually pair the Death Prophet up with. For Espoiled, though, it is their bans. The Terrorblade is not going to be in the pool. There's no Shadow Shaman either, but there is a Jakiro that Espoiled can go for. Of course, right now they're going to be going for some more bans. Are they going to be banning out the Nature's Prophet is the big question. No, they're going to go for a Templar Assassin ban, and as far as the second ban goes, let's see. I would expect a Nature's Prophet ban. You don't want the Nature's Prophet plus the Death Prophet, right? You don't want Runa to pick up the Prophets for their lineup. It does seem like a hero that synergizes very well with the DP. Just that pushing potential is just too much in my observation. Of course, even if you ban out the Death Prophet, you still have the option, for Runa to go for a Beastmaster, something like that. Just amp up or stack up on that push potential. Of course, the downside to heroes like the Beastmaster and like the Nature's Prophet for pushing is the fact that there is a Kunkka, so there is going to be a Tidebringer, so it's not going to be a successful pushing lineup, right, in the conventional sense. the Death Prophet's ghosts or spirits are unaffected by the Tidebringer. So she's one of the only heroes that's a pushing hero that is unaffected by AoE abilities. Meanwhile, Runa going to go in for that Shadow Demon. The disruption should come in handy, but this just suggests to me that Runa are going to be picking up a hero that you can use the disruption on for that pushing potential. But even against the Kunga as a standalone Shadow Demon, it is pretty good because that disruption can save you not only from that torrent but also from the ghost ship combination. And Espoiled, they're going to go in for a pushing lineup of their own in the form of the Chen, going to couple it up with the Wind Ranger, who did have a very successful game. I believe it was game number 1, but it was Runa who had the Wind Ranger, right, against Espoiled's Morphling. So this time around it's going to be Espoiled with that one. Let's see what Runa go for. I don't think Runa will be going for a Morphling pick of their own. Now some hero that can have that additional cleave for their own side, maybe even go for an Earthshaker. It's still in the pool and does do pretty well against the Chen, right? And in fact does do pretty well against the Wind Ranger as well, because Wind Ranger, you don't get to have that many physical hits on the Wind Ranger because of the Wind Run, but 1 or 2 enchant totems might just end up doing a trick to take the Wind Ranger down. Runa. I wonder if Beastmaster is still the way to go about this. Or maybe even the Lycan, right? You can just pick yourself up a different facet. Don't have to go for the Wolves facet in the first place, but still. And they also need a hero of their own to take out the Chen creeps. That's the thing. Let's see. Ooh, a Dark Willow. Not too sure what. It's okay. It's a versatile pick. It's a pretty generic pick. Nothing too strong. Nothing too weak. Right. The maze should the Bramling Maze, decent disable, but other than that, it's not really a hero that I would say is going to outclass Espoiled or is a hero that's somewhat of a genius pick in this situation. Pretty standard. What I'm interested more in is the cores that Runa pick up for themselves, because that is going to decide how they face up against the Chen creeps and how they deal with that Kunkka. And in fact, it's going to be that Pangolier. So, pretty good hero against the Chen, I would say. That Rolling Thunder does do damage against the creeps. Not to mention, Matt, the debuff immunity that you have inside of that Rolling Thunder means the Chen creeps won't be able to stun you. You won't be able to get locked down from that torrent or ghost ship. And we saw a very successful Pango game last game, right? But it was in fact Espoiled with that Pango. So again, and this is the theme that I have been seeing from both of these teams. They're picking up heroes that the other team picked up in the previous game, right? So it's a bit of unorthodox to play it this way, but hey, a Drow Ranger. Now, Drow Ranger, and in fact most ranged heroes do pretty well against the Death Prophets, particularly with that Glacier, right? The Drow Ranger just pop up your Glacier and rain down arrows on the Death Prophet and you should be able to take him down. Of course, Runa have the ability to get in that backline with that Pangolier. They do have a way into that Drow. The problem is they don't have the follow-up to get to the Drow yet, and that's what their lineup requires right now. So I wonder what hero they're going to be picking up for themselves that will be able to get to that backline and will be able to take down that Drow Ranger alongside that Pangolier. They're missing their carry right now, and they can go for the Morphling, in all honesty, for their own side. I know you have the kill shot over on the other side, but if you're able to make it out of the laning phase with that Morphling, it is pretty well. It's a late game carry versus the late game carry, and at the end of the day, a natural Manta style builder will mean that you can dispel the Drow's silence, which should be pretty good, and you have the waveform for that maneuverability to get to that backline. So I do really like the Morphling pick for Runa. I wonder if they'll go for it. Apart from that, though, for Espoiled, they have a ban waiting for them, and I wonder who they're going to ban because they have to ban out a carry. And if I were them, I would ban out the Morphling. Perhaps even you can go for a ban for the Ursa, but okay, and yeah, it they did go for the ban on the Ursa. I was thinking the Ursa because you can, have the Blink Dagger, you have the Dispersion save as well, and Ursa, a natural Battle Fury builder, right? You can take out the Gen creeps as well. The Enrage, you can use the Enrage in a way that means the Ghost Ship won't hit you for that much damage. So overall, it was a pretty decent pick, but I will still say that the Morphling ban would have been better. Oh, Espoiled going to go for that Lycan themselves, which means that Runa won't be able to pick that one up. Now, they could have gone for a Lycan carry. Now, I wonder what carry they're going to be going for. Is it going to be the Morphling? Or is it going to be something else? Slark would be pretty bad against the Lycan. Could go for the Dragon Knight, I would say. Again, not a hero that does very well against the Lycan, but still a hero that can go one-to-one with the Drow Ranger. And in fact, it's going to be the Grievous Greed. It's going to be the Alchemist being played by Shigetsu. And I've seen a lot of Shigetsu in the season number 1 from CCT. I do know that this is one of his more played carries. I am a bit curious to see what Alchemist does in this recent patch, right? Not a lot of changes to the Alchemist, and not exactly a hero I would say is very much in the meta, but hey, maybe they have a plan with this. What I will say is that Alchemist against a Drow Ranger doesn't exactly spell confidence, right? At least for me, I wouldn't be too confident with that matchup. Now, the Alchemist can farm. Inevitable that the Alchemist will farm. Even if you bring him down a few times, he is going to find that farm in that mid to late game. But how are they supposed to get to the Drow? Right, the Alchemist is Shigetsu will most likely get a Blink Dagger up for himself, and Albrecht and the Pangolier will be making his way towards the Drow, but they have to be careful, and you have to get through the Lycan, you have to get through the Kunkka. It's very tricky. And the simple fact is, if Snov is able to get off free arrows, if Snov is able to get off free hits on towards Runa, then no one from their side can actually survive. I don't think the Alchemist has the survivability either, even when he pops that Chemical Rage and has all sorts of HP regeneration up for himself. It's still not all that great. I personally prefer Espoil's draft right now, even though I mean, they have quite a lot, right? They have the Lycan and the Gen for the push. They have the late game carry. They also have the survivability in the front line in the form of the Kunkka. And then they have a decent laning phase in the form of the aggressive Wind Ranger support that they have picked up for themselves, right? Meanwhile, Espoiled, they have a more difficult task. They have an Alchemist on their side, so that means they're going to have to farm up pretty quick. The Death Prophet is going to need to take some objectives in the early game. The Pangolier needs to work out like it did for Espoiled in the previous game in order for them to transition successfully in towards the mid game. If the Death Prophet is unable to push, if the Pangolier is unable to find those pickoffs, then Shigetsu will be unable to farm up as quickly as he needs to be able to contest the Lycan and contest the Drow Ranger. So for Runa, that is very much their key win conditions laid out. Let's see. Once again, both teams going to go for that smoke. This time around, it might actually end up being successful because Snov is the only one over on that bot side, and he might find himself underneath 3 heroes here. Queasy going to lead the fray, but Snov was a bit too quick, was able to find himself out of there. Of course, this will mean that Runa will be able to come out with 3 bounty runes from over on their side. Alchemist with a bit of seed money. And so both teams are going to be making it to their respective lanes with all of their HP and mana intact. Apart from Snov, he did TP. down there. But it seems like it's going to be a Drow Ranger plus a Chen against Queasy and Alberca, a Dark Willow and a Pangolier. Now, Chen is a really good hero at zoning people out. I will say that. And it doesn't seem like this Drow Ranger is going to be under much danger because, honestly, Drow Ranger has a very high attack range. So he should be able to farm up, should be able to get those creeps, and perhaps even zone the Pangolier out. Meanwhile, towards that top side, Lycan should be having a pretty decent time here too. Coupled up with the Wind Ranger, it really seems like Lycan and the Alchemist both will be able to get their farm up, and once you have more levels on this Lycan, you should be able to zone out the Shadow Demon just by using your Wolves. So this lane, after a while, should be going in favor of Espoiled. Well, Chemical Concoction being charged up inside of that disruption. You don't have the Wind Run, and that's going to be first blood going the way of Shigetsu. And definitely off to an explosive start, as Shigetsu's hero just pointed out for us. But that was unexpected. I was not expecting that to happen, honestly. Wind Ranger should have been much more careful, especially before you have that Wind Run online. And Runa just simply capitalized on that positioning error from the Wind Ranger. Meanwhile, mid lane, this again is a very standard matchup. Death Prophet against the Kunkka. Both of these heroes should be able to farm up. The Tidebringer does do significant amounts of damage, so I expect Nikki to be getting himself a bottle just so that you can regenerate, bottle up. Ryota does have the Wind Run, I believe. Yeah, he does have the Wind Run now at the level 2 mark. Again, both of these, all three of these lanes should be pretty static. I don't expect many kills to be had in the laning phase, particularly towards that bot lane. The question is what itemization this Pangolier is going to be going for. Is he going to stick to the Diffusal Blade, or is he going to be going for something like an Aura build? Snuff going to dodge out those brambles. Meanwhile, both teams just laying out that aggression. Lotus going to go in favor of Runa over on that bot lane and in favor of Espoiled towards that top lane. Certainly helps out that top lane because the Lotus goes a long way towards dissipating the damage coming out from till the end stacks from the Shadow Poison. Oh, another Chemical Concoction. This time though, I think Shigetsu was expecting a disruption on towards Ryota, but Shadow Demon, I believe, did not have the range for that disruption. There's the disruption though, and Shigetsu charging up his Chemical Concoction. Of course, you do have the Wind Run, so there's really no kill potential on this Wind Ranger. I would really hope that he got the Wind Run earlier on. Oh, but Ryota actually found the kill shot towards that Shadow Demon. I believe he was priming it towards the Alchemist, but was able to take the Shadow Demon down towards that backline. A very impressive play made by Ryota. And towards that mid lane, a torrent on towards purple, and another kill shot coming in. The heal from Nikki though was able to keep him alive. And Ryota's going to stick over here, throwing the Blood Grenade out too. Nikki might just end up falling because there is another power shot, a kill shot to finish Nikki off, and a perfect rotation from Ryota. As he's really built himself back up from giving away that first blood. Redeeming himself quite a bit there. And if Espoiled are able to keep up this pressure, then they're going to have a very successful mid game, because keep in mind, Runa are the ones who need to increase and amp up the pressure. Because they're faced up against a Drow Ranger, it's just going to be simply very difficult for them to contest against a Drow should they lose in the laning phase too much. Meanwhile, bot lane, where's the Brambles? There they are, but Aztekor is not going to fall prey to it. In fact, yes, he will. Really didn't expect him to get hit by the Bramble on his way back.
Our admiral is on board. I think nautical.
Approaching the 6-minute mark as Ryota is here to secure himself, or rather his team, his mid laner, that power rune, but he's going to walk back. He's going to walk away from the power rune, in fact. And Nikki actually didn't go for that bottle. Very surprising. Oh, in fact, oh wow. Yeah, that's the big brain play. Why? You don't need Ryota to rotate over here to secure the power rune if you can just send your Lycan Wolves here.
Radiant are scanning.
6 minutes. I wonder if we're going to see a Shrine of Wisdom play, but Ryota this time around making his way towards that bot lane, and Runa's heroes are falling incredibly low right now. They need to actually make their way back to the fountain, heal up, and then TP back here again, because it's 6 minutes and 30 seconds right now, and in about 30 seconds the Shrine of Wisdom is going to come online, and Espoiled recognize the fact that Runa have been forced back. They're going to bring in their Kunkka. The Kobold over on the side is going to spot people out. Death Prophet to TP over here as well, as Purple is here to play, throwing out that torrent and that ghost ship that will eventually hit his mark. Of course, Nikki has activated the Exorcism, trying to hold on towards this Wisdom rune, will be able to clean the Shrine of Wisdom up, but it's going to come at a cost for Espoiled. This entire rotation, Snov is going to be forced to run away right now, but the problem is Runa going to allow this? The chemical concoction should be coming online again, and Snov, no matter how much you juke, the Shadow Poison is going to reveal your position, and you should be falling the Shigetsu over here. 3 and 3 right now, and Espoiled, despite the fact that they had those amazing rotations coming in from Ryota, and the fact that they brought in their Kunkka, it really seemed like they didn't have a clear action plan as to what they wanted to do after the Death Prophet came in with that Exorcism.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Perhaps using that level 1 Exorcism was good enough for them, as long as it wasn't targeted towards a tower. You know, it was used to try and defend your Shrine of Wisdom, which was at the end of the day good enough, but it has given Runa the way back into this game.
Tower is under attack.
And fun fact, Runa were the ones who in the previous 2 games, both game number 1 and game number 2, collected both Shrines of Wisdom at the 7-minute mark. This is the first time in this entire series where the Shrines of Wisdom were evenly split between both of these teams. So that really has to speak to the current state of confidence over at Runa. You know, they're not feeling as confident as they were in game number 2. Approaching the 9-minute mark, and Lycan is continuing to farm. Alchemist, as expected, sitting at the top of that net worth chart, but so far all of these sides are nearly even. The Pangolier has struggled just a little bit, but, or I would say it's actually Ryota who has enabled himself through those power shots quite a lot. Purple is going to get zoned out. I don't think there's going to be much kill potential on this Kunkka unless the Pangolier rotates towards this mid lane. So you can dish out damage, you can poke and prod all you want, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be thumping your chest. It's just going to be a bit of a power move more than anything else. 10-minute power rune. I wonder who it's going to go towards. Drow Ranger has abandoned the lane and is now farming towards the jungle after that one death, and you know, this is pretty much expected because we're at the 10-minute mark. Runa's heroes are going to be rotating, looking for a kill on the Drow, because they recognize this fact that Drow Ranger is the key to Espoiled success. And whoever comes to that bot lane is going to end up losing his life, as Azdekor is going to learn that lesson, you know, hard way, going to end up dying, and Runa are going to translate this kill into probably this tier 1 tower towards this bot side. Of course, Espoiled do have a Lycan of their own, so they should be looking to trade this tower by taking down the tower towards that top lane. But it's looking very healthy, and Shigetsu is here to defend that tower.
Radiant's
Of course, he
bottom
is all
tower
alone
under
over there.
attack.
Tier 1 tower
Radiant's
bot
bottom
side to
tower
fall,
has
and
fallen.
no trade to be found by Espoiled. This definitely hurts them quite a bit, as every time this exorcism comes online, that's going to be a tower falling. Death Prophet making his way towards a scepter,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
giving an additional slow and additional bonus damage from those spirits. The scepter, if he's able to make that scepter within the 14 to 15 minute mark, then Runa will have a great time going forward. Meanwhile, Waste is going for the helm of the Overlord. Oh, till the end. Tried to use that disruption, but in fact cancelled it as the Lycan ultimate was coming online, but will be able to save himself at least with that disruption. But still, it's a wasted effort on towards Waste by rotating 3 heroes and not finding much. Of course, Runa are just waiting for their exorcism to come online back again, and that's going to be the green light for them to go for some more objectives. Meanwhile, Espoiled are going to continue farming on that Drow Ranger. 12-minute power rune approaching. Purple has that blade mail readied up, so they do have a lot of fighting potential. Power rune going to be towards that bot lane, and it looks like it's an amplified damage rune. Oh wow. This is significant because the exorcism is coming online in about 10 seconds, and surely Nikki is going to pop his exorcism, and with the amplified damage, it's going to be very difficult for Espoiled to actually defend this tier 1 tower mid-side. Again, they absolutely need a trade at this point. The Lycan who is towards that top lane needs to take down that tier 1 tower. They can't give this much space away to Runa this early on. Exorcism. The spirits landing free hits on that tower, and Espoiled, are they going to be defending this against the amplified damage? The Death Prophet, Nikki, is very low on his HP, but the Alchemist Shigetsu has different plans. Going towards that backline, was able to find that concoction, and he has the Radiance up and ready. Of course, the trade was eventually found by Espoiled. They were able to take down that tier 1 tower towards that top lane. And so far, Drow Ranger continuing to farm up, has the Dragon Lance at the ready, and has gone for that Falcon Blade.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now, I don't fully agree with the Falcon Blade. It's more than 1,000 gold, and if you're not laning, then it doesn't do much. But since he was forced to abandon the jungle, so that's 1,200 gold he could have made. He could have invested into that Yasha, or even gotten himself a point booster as he's looking towards purchasing up that Aghanim Scepter. Meanwhile, Runa's mid lane tower is also taking quite a lot of damage home, and those wolves and the creep does so much, and it's going to get harder because when Waste eventually gets his Helm of the Overlord in about 500 gold, then these tower pushes are going to only amplify.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I wonder what the next move for Runa is going to be. Remember, they're playing against the clock here. They need to amp up the pressure. They need to shut down the space that this Drow Ranger currently has, because right now Espoiled are in their comfort zone. They're very much happy with just farming away. As long as their Lycan farms, as long as their Drow Ranger continues to farm, they're going to be very happy with the state of the game. And Runa recognize the fact that they need to shut some of these heroes down, and they're going to go for a smoke near the triangle, hoping to find that Drow Ranger. Unfortunately, won't be able to find a Drow, but will make their way on the Chen. Meanwhile, bot lane, Ryota is going to end up taking a bow, is going to end up falling, but there is a Kunkka coming in from that backline. On towards that Dark Willow. Queasy should end up falling over here, but it's Aztekor who's lost his life towards the side there, and now it's only 2 heroes from Espoiled on this bot lane, and Kunkka, Purple is in trouble, so is Waste over here. The Kunkka surely to lose his life right now, will end up dying, and now Waste trying to run away, or rather, he's actually, yeah, he's going to run away. He's just TP'd out. For some reason, I thought The little water troll there was the lichen, but as it turns out, lichen turns into a wolf and not one of those little water squirrels. I wonder. I never actually realized what a boglet. A boglet. That's what they're called.
Scanning.
But so far, Runa did do a very good job at getting these skills, but they need to translate this again. Get kills, push objectives. Get kills, push objectives. That is their goal. That is what they have to do. They need to close some of these tier 2 towers down before the 25-minute mark. That is their timing. After the 30 to 35-minute mark, they're not going to be able to do anything. Look at Drow Ranger's damage output right now. Imagine what the damage output is going to be 20 minutes from now.
Middle tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower
Dire's
to
middle
end up
tower
falling,
has fallen.
and this has made the objective game completely even for both of these sides, by the way. Runa only have taken down 2 towers, so have Espoiled. Espoiled still have all the map control and all the space in this map to currently farm up, and Runa seem like outside of getting those 2 or 3 kills, they didn't translate that into objectives, and they've fallen back into old habits,
Dire are
and they're
scanning.
just content on farming up on this alchemist. I feel like we're back in 7.36, or was it 7.3? 7.36, right? With the alchemist meta. Remember when Morphling shotgun build and the Shadow Fiend was way too overpowering, and you had the Luna with the glaive build. So it feels like we're back in that meta right now. Where I'm seeing Shigetsu on an alchemist just farming away, face up against a Drow Ranger. Now the good thing is, because the alchemist is able to farm up much quicker, he should be coming online much faster as well. Does already have the blink dagger, making his way towards, I believe, a Manta style to dispel that silence. Yeah, he's making a Manta style. So once he gets that Manta style up, that is when Runa should really be looking to contest, should really be looking to take more objectives and fight. I mean, they absolutely have to. Alberca.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Another smoke.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Top tier 1 tower is pretty healthy though. Ryota might end up facing the brunt of this initiation, is going to end up getting stunned down, is going to end up dying. But tanking that gank was, at the end of the day, pretty worth it, because you don't want your Drow Ranger to fall. So any amount of information being given away by the supports dying is well worth it for Espoiled, and for Runa at least. Oh no, in fact, they decided not to translate that kill into that tier 1 tower topside. I mean, of course it is going to fall anyway, so I suppose for Runa that was worth it. I think for both of those teams that was worth it. The only scenario where that wouldn't have been worth it if Runa wasn't able to take down that tower, or wasn't able to take down or wasn't able to find a kill there. And for Espoiled, if they lost their draw, that would have been disastrous. But still, you know, around 9,000 net worth on that Drow Ranger, 400 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter. And once you have that Aghanims, I mean, the hypothermia stacks on that Alchemist are going to be doing so much. Remember, Alchemist Snov hasn't gone for that BKB. So that does mean that the hypothermia stacked from the Drow Ranger are going to be negating a lot of the healing coming out from the Alchemist, and he's just going to end up dying.
Radiant are scanning.
6,000 net worth lead up for Runa, but again, I feel like this is the anthem of a caster to remind everyone that it's an alchemist, so this net worth lead isn't really a lead, because it's mostly just the alchemist. But now with the 20-minute mark, Runa are going to be going towards that Tormentor. Is Purple going to make some sort of sneaky play? Nah, he's just going to TP back. Of course, the kill shot would have been the real sneaky play, but Wind Ranger was not able to find much there. Dark Willow is going to be able to pick up that shard, a nice little boost for himself with the Cursed Crown being upgraded. So far, so good for Espoiled.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Now, Runa have taken the outer objectives. They have the Tormentors, they have these tier 1 towers, but I wonder when they're going to be going for some of those tier 2 towers. As Espoiled continuing to stack up on those power strikes, right? Purple now has a Radiance, so that means the damage output from this Alchemist is also reduced because you are going to be missing out on your hits. But Runa, they're actually going to go towards Roshan, and Espoiled's position is not going to allow them to actually contest this Roshan. They're all the way towards that topside jungle and topside lane, and that means it's going to be a free Roshan for Shigetsu. And with this Roshan, perhaps Runa are going to be in a much better position to chase down or either bring down those towers. But it seems like right now the Runa are looking to initiate, looking to engage. There goes the Rolling Thunder, going to stop the Chen from teleporting away, and it's going to stop Purple from making it out of here as well. Stuck inside of those mazes, it seems like two heroes are guaranteed to die over here, as Astikor, the first one to fall, Ryota to fall in that backline, and Purple to be the third casualty from Runa's onslaught. $10,000 net worth going their way, and I mean, I get not contesting Roshan, but losing 3 of your heroes after Roshan has fallen is really lackluster. It's really sloppy from Espoiled. $5 and $11. Ryota won't be spotted out. Now that the Drow Ranger actually has the scepter, their defense has become incredibly strong.
Tower is under attack.
Not going anywhere.
Oh, a shackle on towards the Alchemist. Let's see how much damage he ends up taking. Is he going to actually lose his Aegis? That was very underwhelming from Runa. And now with the Aegis having been popped, there is no BKB. The disruption going to save him from that ghost ship, but it's a self-stun and a shackle on that Alchemist. Snob has nowhere to go, or rather Shigetsu has nowhere to go, is going to end up losing his life for nothing, as the rest of Runa are going to be chased down, ways to take down till the end, as the rest of Runa are going to disengage. But
Courier has been killed.
I wonder if Runa, I'm actually speechless right now. I need a few seconds to collect my thoughts, because that was not the way that
Dire are
push
scanning.
should have gone.
Gold for my chest.
Alchemist should have survived for a while longer, or at the very least, Alchemist shouldn't have been anywhere near that. He doesn't have a BKB. It should have been the Death Prophet, but that's the problem when you're faced up against a Drow Ranger. The amount of damage coming out from the Drow at the distance the Drow is able to hit from, because of the high attack range, is just simply too good of a high ground defense. And for Runa, they need to change their strategy up. Remember,
Radiant's middle
we
tower
talked
is
about this
under
in the
attack.
drafting phase. You have a Pangolier, and the Pangolier's job is to get inside of the Drow and make sure the Drow Ranger can't get off those free hits. That is your key requirement to take those team fights. And because Runa went in for the Alchemist, now your Alchemist needs to do that with that Pangolier for that follow-up.
Radiant's
And right now, Runa are not able to do those things. Of course, they might be able to take down the Lycan here. Waste has activated his ultimate, but is being chased down. A disruption to stop his escape. The Bramble Maze also to be planted down, and there are 4 heroes on, and Waste is not going anywhere. He's going to end up falling. Alberca on a killing spree.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Runa need more of those skills to happen for themselves. Alberca has a diffusal blade, almost, or rather, is 2,000 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter, as Runa is going to try yet once again for that tier 2 push, and the teleports are coming in from Espoiled. They want to be defending this. Snov, this time around on that front line, this tower may be incredibly low, but they don't want to let this go without a fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But Runa this time around going to go for a diversified strategy, going to try and take out 2 towers at the same time, and perhaps they're going to be successful. They will be able to take down that tier 2 tower towards that top lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
7 and 12 right now, as Runa will be able to take down their second tower,
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's
rather
bottom
their second
tower
tier
is
2
under
tower.
attack.
And now Espoiled, despite of the fact that they had such an amazing defense last time around, it seems like they're content letting these towers go.
Radiant are scanning.
The high ground though is going to be a major key challenge for Runa if they're able to make it towards that.
Dire's bottom tower
I don't
is
think
under
that'll happen
attack.
before the Aegis though. Drow really needs to be careful. Snov is going to be TPing back, so he's going to be safe. Of course, we do need to check out some of these other itemizations. So Alchemist having that Assault Cuirass up and is going to be making his way towards the BKB. I wonder when the Abyssal Blade will come out for him, as that's going to be a key item for Runa to be able to take down this Drow Ranger.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, Nikki making his way towards the Shiva's Guard. And the rest Mango still on the way towards his Aghanim Scepter. Meanwhile, Purple on the Kunkka has a BKB. So additional amounts of survivability, has the ability to frontline for his Drow Ranger as well. Let's see. Oh, Alchemist self-stun there, trying to find out any target that they can. Kunkka doing a great job at creep skipping. And now it seems like Espoiled are going to make their way out of the base to try and find a kill. The problem for them is their lockdown requires a bit of time to come online, right? It's the Ghost Ship, Torrent combination, even the Shackle. It's not an instant stun. So that gives Runa the space to actually try and counter-initiate. I wonder though. Next Roshan going to spawn soon though, and it might be a situation where both of these teams try to contest Roshan. Of course, I don't know who's going to come out ahead. It really depends on the execution from both of these sides. So far, this game is pretty static, and that's because going high ground is such a high risky maneuver. Meanwhile, for Espoiled, they're kind of boxed into their high ground. Up until they can manage to accrue a decisive lead over Runa, they're not going to be exiting high ground, and they're not going to be going for any kind of pushes. The Lycan is the one that can push, and the Kunkka can creep step. But actually, Espoiled, they're going to be going for a wraparound. Snov able to silence the Pangolier, but the blink out just in time.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
30-minute mark, and now it seems like Runa, they want to be making it their way towards that high ground. The tier 3 tower taking a lot of damage, the Glyph to be forced out as well, the Shackle not really latching on towards anyone. And where is the Drow? Where is the defense? Surely you're not going to let this tower go scotch-free. Scot-free. Not scotch-free.
Dire's is under attack.
A free tier 3 tower? That's really not what I expected. Drow Ranger really, and this is the reason, right? Espoil's entire physical damage output is designed around this Drow Ranger. I know Lycan is also a physical DPS hero, but nowhere near the amounts of physical damage that this Drow Ranger can put out. And now, with Roshan having respawned, Espoiled, do you want to respond to this? The power shot to reveal at least 2 of these heroes, and a 2-man Torrent, the ghost ship to come in, as well as everyone's going to get stunned up. Drow Ranger has free hits, Snob on towards the Alchemist, the BKB is being activated, and the Rolling Thunder, it might just end up being too late. You can't stun the Drow right now. Runa going to go for those buybacks, and now Nikki is going to come in with that exorcism on towards Snob. No more BKB, no more immunity, and that means stuck inside of 3 heroes, the Drow Ranger is going to end up dying over here. Espoiled may have gotten the better of the start of that fight, but they're going to collapse right now, losing out 2, losing out 3, and they're going to give the Aegis of the Immortal the other way as well. And losing out 4. Ryota's the only one who made it out of there. They really were not expecting those buybacks and those sudden relocates, or rather the TP ins coming in from Runa. Now, the caveat to that is that you have to give the Aegis to Nikki, because he did use the buyback. It's going to be tricky if he ends up falling, but it's about 30 seconds for Espoiled to come back online. They do have the glyph protection. It's going to expire right now. Not the glyph protection, the backdoor protection, which has expired just about now. And in about 10 seconds, or rather 15 seconds, their heroes are going to come online. Now they do have yet another glyph, so with them activating one more glyph, that should buy them enough time to save their mid lane of Rax.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
The TPs are going to be the way that Runa escaped from this.
Are under attack.
A very decisive lead that Runa did manage to accrue for themselves at the back of 2 buybacks, but now you have to wonder, are they going to be playing more careful, or are they going to continue playing aggressive with that Aegis? Shigetsu in so much trouble, does have that BKB, is going to force to pop it right now, but is he going to be able to make it out of this one? Is nullified up, the BKB is going to expire, but he finds the blink out towards the high ground, is going to be able to make it out. The Lycan is on the chase though, the Pangolier nullified down, but are they going to be able to chase further into Runa? Turns out they're just going to go back. The second Tormentor going to go towards the way of Espoiled. This is more even than I would have thought. I would have imagined Drow Ranger to get stronger with time, as a Drow Ranger usually does, but Runa have done an excellent job at playing with this Alchemist. It is one of Shigetsu's most popular or more successful heroes, so perhaps that's why, but I would have expected Espoiled to be a lot more composed in these team fights. Snov, he went out. Can he make it back into his base? The Hurricane Pike not really going to help him, but he does have that BKB, so that means he'll just end up TPing back, but he won't have the BKB for this incoming fight. You do have Nikki, who doesn't exactly have a lot of mana, but the rest of Espoiled really need to make it back into the base. It seems like they're never prepared for this, and now TPing in, going to face the wrath of that Rolling Thunder, the Kunkka to face a Nullifier, but is just buying Runa some time. They just want to buy enough time to take down some of these racks. Will be able to take Queasy down, but it's not enough. You need more from this. Did find the X mark on the Shadow Demon, but again, it's just 2 supports.
You're but a shadow of the demon fleet I put down.
Oh man, this is not a great look for Espoiled. They've lost 2 racks, and sure, Drow Ranger is hitting critical mass soon. It's sitting at about 20,000 net worth, but the fact is, it really seems like Espoiled, they're not prepared whenever Runa comes to their high ground. They're off farming. And that's not the way that you want to be playing this. And now the pressure is really amping up. Now there is no more potential for these kinds of mistakes, because the next time Runa come high ground, it's going to be for the last lane of racks. I mean, of course, you do still have that bot lane ranged racks, but it's still about 200 HP. It's really nothing. It's a few hits from the Alchemist. Espoiled. Oh, the Drow Ranger, he got used up again, forced to activate that BKB, and instantly going to go for that TP out. The Death Prophet did expend that ultimate. Runa. Now with the Aegis, they are going to make their way towards that high ground. How are they going? Oh wow. Actually found Alberca, but yet once again, it's their base that they really need to keep a check on. Of course, finding that Pangolier kill means that Runa may not be able to make their way towards the high ground, as there is also Kunkka, who is creep skipping over on that top lane. Runa being able to play this composed is very impressive. Shigetsu on this Alchemist has a swift blink at the ready. Now towards that top lane, or rather towards the triangle. No more Aegis on this Death Prophet means that he's going to be forced to TP back. Is he going to end up being brought back? No, he did have that BKB. They do still have the Roshan banner as well, but they need to follow the wave all the way from when it spawns towards that top lane towards the high ground of Espoiled, because there's the Kunkka who's constantly just creep skipping. Hmm. 6,000 net worth lead. And I mean, technically the net worth lead is completely even, right? But the state of the game isn't. The map control is entirely in Runa's favor, outside of Espoiled sticking together as a group of 5, and this Eul's coming in from the Dark Willow catches Espoiled off guard every single time.
Your admiral is on board.
Purple does have the Shiva's Guard, and now Espoiled making their way towards the triangle. Who are they going to be finding here? It's just the two supports, but there's also Nikki here and the teleport coming in from the Alchemist. It seems like both teams, they want to be fighting this. Chemical concoction being charged up, rolling thunder being thrown out, as well as it's going to be a dead Swen to start this fight off. But where is the response going to come from? The Lycan stuck over here. There is a Drow Ranger. As they're going to turn their eyes on towards Snuff. They need to keep this Drow Ranger alive. Snuff activating that BKB on towards Shigetsu now, activating the Glacier, but it might not be enough. A Hex coming in from Nikki on towards the Drow. If they're trying their very best to take the Drow Ranger out, can Espoiled keep their Drow alive right now? Nikki with that Exorcism dealing so much damage, as Snuff is going to end up dying. And Shadow Demon is the only casualty so far from Runa. Make it 2, but so far Espoiled outside of that are not going to be able to do anything, as that's a dieback on the Chen. Oh, Drow doesn't have buyback. Drow doesn't have buyback. How are they going to defend this? It really seems like it's all over for Espoiled, despite having the better draft. Despite having the early and mid-game. Mega creeps to surely arise from Runa right now. The question is, can Espoiled hold off for 50 seconds? As the only one who has buyback is the Wind Ranger and the Kunkka, who's going to use it just now. Can they hold off? Of course, they're going to be giving away the mega creeps for sure. But now 30 seconds, it's on towards those tier 4s.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen dire.
Is Runa just going to disengage? Are they not going to press this issue? Perhaps they think that the Drow Rangers does have buyback and they're being careful as the Lycan towards that backline buying some amount of time. Purple has used his buyback, so he needs to make sure he doesn't die over here. The Rolling Thunder to stun him up for now. Nikki with those auto attacks, with those exorcism spirits. Purple forced to activate his BKB, but is going to end up dying just as a Drow Ranger was going to respawn.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh man. The Snov just doesn't have the damage output that you would expect right now. Didn't invest in any damage items, to be fair. He's... Espoiled. Ryota. Trying to go for Nikki over here, but Drow Rangers instantly got hexed up, but force-stopping himself towards that high ground, the perfect position to launch those arrows from. But there in comes Shigetsu with that chemical concoction on towards Aztekor. A disruption from the side means Snov can't really hit anyone, activating his BKB, but just unable to do anything. Forced the Glacier up, but it's not enough. Espoiled to lose the Drow, Espoiled to lose their Lycan, and Espoiled to call GG. What a series
Radiant's middle tower
by
is
both
under
of these
attack.
sides. Runa coming out ahead. I would say it is pretty unexpected, but hats off to the way that they played. Honestly, Shigetsu recognizing the limits of that Alchemist, recognizing what their Death Prophet was going to be doing, and played the objective game perfectly, despite of the fact that they were quite down in the early to mid game, where they had a free farming Drow Ranger against them, had a free farming Lycan against them. One would expect that Espoiled would have been able to put up a better defense, but it seems like when the timings for the push came from Runa, Espoiled really didn't know what to do, because their heroes were farming quite separately over on different parts of the map, and they essentially lost the lane of racks just because of that. The Roche fight didn't help either. Espoiled were unable to keep their Drow Ranger alive. I mean, the Death Prophet just came in for a quick and easy hex and the exorcism on that Drow Ranger and just went unpunished. I mean, you can't really have that happen and come out ahead. But of course, that was the second best of 3 for today. Runa does come out ahead, and let's just take a look at the group standings, right? This was the decider matches. Over on the first best of 3, you had Passion UA going up against Nemiga, and Passion UA 1-2-0 and have proceeded to make it into the playoffs. Meanwhile, Quantum, they won both of their series in a very decisive fashion, 2-0, so they ended up going to the playoffs much earlier on. Meanwhile, you have Team Next Level, who defeated both the Winter Bears as well as Runa and have made it their way into the playoffs. For Runa versus Espoiled, though, we all saw what just happened. Runa did manage to win 2-1 against Espoiled, and they are going to be proceeding to those playoffs. Of course, things change in the playoffs because you do have 4 invited teams. You do have, I believe, Wildcard, you have Virtus Pro, you have One Move as well. So you have a very heavily stacked playoff bracket. So for Passion UA and for Runa, you know, they have done a great job at making it this far, but it's time to level up. It's time to bring in your A-game, practice and improve so that you are well prepared for those playoffs, as I believe it's going to be quite brutal. Of course, just an update, we are going to be on a bit of a break for a few days before we head into the playoffs. The playoffs will start from 14th June, guys, so mark your calendars, and I hope to see all of you there. Hope you guys had a fun group stage, but there's still a lot of Dota to be had, not only in this season, but for the next 7 seasons that have been planned out for the European circuit, then the 4 seasons the 4 series that have been planned out for CCT South America as well. So I hope you guys will follow the CCT channel, follow CCT on Twitter, stay updated regarding the matches, and I hope to see you guys in the playoffs. I was your host Tultrus, and I will be signing out.
is under attack. Victory.